Today is, I got a little bit of feedback. I don't know if I'm just hearing that or is everybody hearing that?
Everybody.
All right, well, it's gone now. Today is February the 2nd, 2021, and we're already beyond the month of January. It's already in our rearview mirror. This year is going to go quick, and we've got a lot to accomplish today, so why don't we get at it? First item on the agenda is a call to order. Well, that's taken place already. Next is our speakers list. Now, as some of you may have heard, that is my colleagues, those of you watching may have not heard, we had an unusually high number of speakers today. Last time I checked, it was 152 speakers. I had some forewarning about this because there's been much conversation in the community about the possibility that people want to speak up on a variety of issues. I distributed an email, I think it was in the last week or so, warning that this might happen and that the board might have to consider some options. I presented an option which I will ask for a motion today to amend the bylaws so that we can get through these speakers in a way that is responsible, listens to our citizens, but at the same time takes into account that we have some significant business on our agenda today, and we don't want to put that off for, let's see, 152 is 306 minutes or something like that, if you do the full 3 minutes. And anyway, it's a lot of speakers, and it would consume a lot of time. So before we get to the hearing those speakers, I would propose, I am asking for a motion to suspend our bylaws just for today. And this is what the suspension of the bylaws would mean. We would take the first 30 speakers, or is it 32, Ms. Wade? There's parents, students, and community leaders. What's the total number on that?
36.
36, the first 36 speakers. And by the way, we always take parents and students first because they've got homework to do, and today is no exception. So we take the first 36 speakers at 2 minutes apiece. Then we focus on our very hefty agenda. The people's business has to be attended to tonight, and that we get through those agendas with our chairs, our committee chairs, and then we resume the balance of the speakers. It's a lot of speakers, and that's a lot of time. But that is the motion that I am requesting. Now, just so that folks who are watching know, unless 5 board members agree to this, we'll stick with our existing bylaws. And the existing bylaws say 60 minutes max. That's it. We, though, have the authority to amend our bylaws, and we can do that with a 2/3 vote, and that would be 5. If my motion is not presented by a board member and seconded, and then it is not agreed to by 5 board members, we will stick with our bylaws in terms of how we will deal with speakers, and that is just basically 60 minutes worth of speakers. So, is there a motion?
I'll move it.
It's been moved by Commissioner Clark. It's been seconded by Commissioner Malloy. Any questions or conversations regarding the proposed amendment to the bylaws? Let me go to my participant screen. I want to thank Vice President Elliott. I've been missing in action, you all knew, for a couple of meetings, and I know Vice President Elliott ran those meetings well. So thank you, Vice President Elliott. I'm looking, I don't see any questions or comments or hands raised. So why don't we go ahead and go to vote? We'll do it by roll call. Were you going to say something, Madam Clerk?
You do have a comment, Dr. Maya Small.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Has her hand raised.
I clicked it late, President White. Thank you. Good evening to you. So I just want to make sure I'm clear. The motion on the table is to first 36 and then the rest of the 150. So we have about 7.5 hours of public comment. I just want to be okay. All right.
Now, but I'm glad you asked that question. So I didn't see any hands being raised. I want to tell the public that, listen, that's an awful lot of commitment of time. So If you all should see folks' screens go black because they're eating or they're attending to their own personal business, but have the volume turned up so they can hear what the speakers are saying, do not construe that as a sign of disrespect. This is an awful, huge commitment of time. We're committed. We understand what our job is, but as Dr. Myers reminds us, there's a time associated with making this kind of commitment. And that may mean board members, staff members, the screen may go black to do what they have to do. And by the way, if it ever gets so onerous or so difficult, Steve, you correct me if I'm wrong on this, someone could make another motion. Is that right, Steve? If it gets so late that people are like, hey, listen, we just can't do this.
Yes.
Couldn't someone make a motion to amend the approach?
Yeah, they could make a motion to, amend the bylaws further or amend the amendment to the bylaws. Yeah. Just to be clear, you're talking you said it's going to be 2 minutes per speaker and then the other parameters you put in, right?
Everybody's going to get 2 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, I apologize. I thought it was 3 minutes and it's shorter than that. Okay,
I'm sorry.
I was just like,
Well, I was relying on your math. Your math is always better.
no, I thought it was 3 minutes. Yeah, because that's
No, I'm sorry. Thank you for raising that. It is 2 minutes for everybody before we go into our meeting and after we go into our meeting.
Got it.
All right. So I just want to get that qualifier about people's screens may go black. They may not be there for you to see, but I know my colleagues and I know we're all listening, but there's things that have to be attended to, like eating and going to the bathroom and so forth. And I'm not, if somebody says, hey, listen, we need to take a break, we'll do that. But other than that, during those speakers, I'm thinking people may just take a break, go to the bathroom, do what they need to do, and we'll just keep on moving. Some people may have other commitments, by the way. I want to tell the public this. My colleagues may have other commitments, and they may have to leave the meeting as well. So any other questions or comments on that proposed amendment? I'm going to go to my participant screen to make sure I don't see any hands being raised. I don't see any hands being raised.
I raised my hand. I don't know why you can't see it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Brown.
My hand too.
Yeah.
Ms. Adams too. I just want to point out that it's going to be roughly around 5 hours and 20 minutes of comments. And certainly we have had meetings before where we had large numbers of speakers. And I just think that this board needs to think about when we have these hot topic conversations where people feel very passionate on both sides of the aisle, that we figure out a different way to just have an opportunity to just have the public come and speak to the board and not have other board business. Because prior to the board meeting starting, I was saying we were sent 19 documents before the weekend. So I do want to thank staff for giving us time to review everything. But the documents and attachments range from 1 to 2 pages to 30 pages for some of the documents. And this cannot be the most effective way, in my opinion, of doing board work and board business. So I just want to put it out there. I was planning on addressing the fact that we have started these Tuesday committee meetings and condensing so much. Some of these are not related to even the topics that are supposed to be discussed tonight. And so I want us to reevaluate and re-examine and explore how we're running these meetings and the amount of topics and documents and conversations that we're having. Because at some point, I know for myself, I'm working at 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning every single day while I have a at-home learner right now and juggling a lot of things. But at some point during these conversations where we're making important decisions, we're not mentally prepared in our best state of mind, and we're exhausted, and we should not be making impactful decisions under those conditions and circumstances. That's all I want to say.
Commissioner Adams, before I get to you, I think Commissioner LeBron makes some good points. I would have some response, but to save time, what I'm going to suggest, so long as there's no objection, that this very important issue about how we deal with hot topics, for lack of a better phrase, I think that's what Wendy Williams would call this, that we refer this to our governance committee to issue some kind of recommendation. Now, as a committee may know, as a community may know, every board member is a member of governance. Commissioner Malloy, do you think you can find some time to take up this topic? Because it is an important one, and it is part of governance's responsibility.
I would love to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Adams, I'm sorry, I readjusted my screen. I see your hand being raised. Go ahead.
So I would not be off screen to eat as much as I will have to. I work on the front lines. I've never not worked out on the front line since the pandemic, and I will have to do that tonight. So I'm gonna have to leave from working at home and go to working at work. So there'll be a period, maybe 20 minutes, that I'll have to leave the meeting, but I'll be coming back to it. So I don't want to wait and act like it's because I got tired. I'm just letting you know ahead of time. I have to be there with my clients. All right.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. And that explanation is, I'm glad you provide that. There may be a whole host of reasons why people have to leave, including jobs like yours or other reasons. No one should assume that it's out of a lack of respect or concern about the issues. This is a tremendous commitment of time. It comes as a surprise to people. No one planned on there being 5 hours worth of speakers, but our effort to amend the bylaws, give everybody 2 minutes after our business is taken care of, is an attempt to compromise. So I'm looking at my reduced screen to make sure I don't miss any hands being raised. I'm going up and down. I don't see any. All right, no further comment. Let's go ahead and vote. Let's do it by roll call vote. I'm just going to go by my screen. All those in favor of the resolution proposed by, I think it was Commissioner Clark, seconded by Commissioner Malloy, that is the amendment to the bylaws, indicate by saying aye when I call out your name. Please make sure your screen is on. I am a yes. Commissioner Adams? You're muted.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Commissioner Powell?
Yes.
Commissioner Elliott, Vice President Elliott, I'm sorry.
No.
Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah.
And Commissioner Malloy?
Yes.
Seems that the ayes have it, Madam Clerk. So we will govern ourselves accordingly. And let's begin with our initial speakers. Madam Clerk, you're going to call them out and take it from here, right?
That is correct.
All right.
Welcome everyone to our special meeting. We do have quite a significant list of speakers, so I just want to send a few reminders to those who are waiting to speak in the waiting room. Please ensure that you have your names correctly spelled out as you wait in the waiting room so that we can correctly identify you and pull you from the speaking list. Also know that you have 2 minutes to speak based on the board motion that just passed. And so we do ask that you speak with brevity so that we can get through as many speakers as possible during the first section of the meeting. All right.
Clerk, if I can just add, because I don't want anybody to think you're rude, but given the number of speakers, she will cut you off at 2 minutes, and there'll be no pleading to the chair or anything like that. There's just too many speakers, ladies and gentlemen. We don't want to be discourteous, but please, when she tells you 2 minutes, you're done. You can always provide written comment to the board. Thank you. Sorry about that, Ms. Wade.
No problem. And the last reminder is that for those who are waiting in the waiting room, you will remain in the waiting room until your name is called. So I do encourage you to look at the speakers list that is posted on Board Docs so that you can see where you are on the agenda. You will only be here in the room for the portion of time that you do speak. And for those who submitted comments to the record, we had approximately 30 comments. Those may also be viewed right now. They're posted to the website. But I'm going to go ahead and get started. Our first speaker is a student. Miles Warren is going to be addressing the board regarding returning to school. Miles, are you here?
Yes.
Wonderful. Hi, Miles. You have 2 minutes.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. I will begin. Dear board members, scholars, parents, and teachers, I am Miles J. Warren, and I go to AMDA School 12. I think that school should be opening. I don't like being on the computer all the time. Sometimes I feel like my eyes are bulging out of my head. In class, we have little to no socialization. It is hard to take a test online, and I get very frustrated. We should be able to pick if we want to go to school or not. If you open schools, it will be way better for students. All we want is just to have a better learning environment. If you open schools, we can have an equal learning experience as our friends in other districts. please help open schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miles. We appreciate your comments tonight. All right, I'm gonna move right on. Oh, bye, Miles. Okay, I'm gonna move to our next student speaker, and it is Maya Walker. She is a student also addressing reopening of schools. Maya, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, you have 2 minutes.
All right, thank you. Good evening. My name is Maya Waller, and I am a senior at World of Inquiry High School. I'm here tonight because I'm frustrated. Not at anyone in particular, but at the education system. Trust me, I know reopening is complex. I see the truth to arguments on all sides. Today, I want to talk about how it feels to be standing in the middle of a battle where teachers and the RTA are on one side and parents and the district's plan on the other. I know that is an extremely simplified view of the current situation, but it's how I feel. I see how hard teaching is, especially this year, and I don't want to fault teachers. I see the faults in the district's plan, but I also recognize the challenge of balancing everyone's needs. But why can't we collaborate? I hear the teachers at my school and my mom's school brainstorming ideas to make school reopening as smooth as possible. Then I come to the board meetings where teacher leadership and some teachers are complaining about going back instead of bringing ideas of how to improve the plan. And then these concerns aren't even heard or recognized because the district representatives want to keep it moving. At least it seems that way. Maybe if we collaborated and listened to each other, we could get somewhere. I know not everyone will be satisfied, but we might end up less angry. Watching teachers speak to the board about why we shouldn't go back while many of their own children are back in school forces me to wonder if people think city students are less worthy. As a student who loves school and learning, I am struggling to stay motivated. What I and other students in this district need is for building and district employees to work together to get us in the building in the safest way. We need the opportunity to be able to go to school in person. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maya. We appreciate your comments tonight. Our next speaker is Layla McFadden. She is also a student speaking about school reopening. Layla, is Layla here? No, it does not appear that Layla is here, so I'm going to call the next person on the list. That student is Beautiful Ford, and will be speaking about the reopening of schools as well. No, I don't see Beautiful. Desiree Garrick?
Yes.
Hi, Desiree, welcome.
Hi.
Okay, you have 2 minutes.
All right. My name's Desiree Garrick. I'm a senior at East. I've been in the district for a while, and I've experienced the good and bad of the district, and virtual learning has been by far the worst. My grades typically drop during the second marking period, but never have they dropped below a C, and they're at a C currently. I've always been a hands-on student, so not being in classroom has really affected my motivation for school. Some of us students are highly competitive, and being in virtual learning isn't really fostering that competitiveness and that willingness to want to thrive in school. And then for my 9-year-old niece, who's also a student in the district, she feels that school is just okay. She doesn't like it. She doesn't like not having time to spend with friends or not having recess. She doesn't like having all of her assignments on a computer. It's harder for her, and she's used to only 20 minutes tops on screen time. She thinks that show and tell and morning circle would help her to know her peers better. She only knows her teacher's name, and she doesn't feel any connection. And she doesn't know her classmates, but she only knows their names. And this really goes to show why we need to be in school, because those connections are truly lost right now.
All right, Desiree, is that the remainder of your comments? Thank you so much. We appreciate you submitting those tonight. I'm going to move on to our next speaker, and gonna just see if, is Beautiful Ford with us now? No.
Can you hear me?
No. You're up next. Yes, Sarah. So Sarah is also Sarah Adams, and she'll be speaking about supporting school reopening. Go ahead, Sarah. You have 2 minutes. When you turn on your camera, you can speak.
Okay, so my name is Sarah Adams. I'm a freshman at East. And I was gonna come on here and talk about like what I've experienced and stuff, but I put up a Facebook post. Y'all can go look at it also on my Facebook. It's public, and there was just a bunch of students who came on there talking about like different things they've experienced. So I want to share their story because I'm always talking and speaking out. So I'm gonna just like read different comments till I get cut off. So since we've been virtual, my grades have dropped significantly. I've always been the person to make sure I have A's and B's. I've had no motivation, especially for me not being a big speaker. So if I need help, I just don't say anything. Having to pick up your grade at the end of the quarter is the worst stress because even at the time of learning it, I still don't understand it. Somebody said that. Let's see. For one, it's draining because I can't do 10 assignments for 8 classes in one day. For 2, learning visually has never been easy for me. I have to be hands-on with the work for the teachers. And for 3, teachers can't help us one-on-one the way they would in person. They would have to stop the whole Zoom for one student to understand something. For 4, it's not like you're learning anything in a 30-minute time period. It's like they give you an assignment and then you figure it out. It's not even learning. At this point, it's just turning everything in at 11:59. For 5, parents don't understand how the computer isn't easier than real school because the answer to everything isn't online. Let's see. In the building, I can get the one-on-one help with the teacher instead of trying to get help on a laptop with a bunch of other students that need help too. Somebody else said, school is starting to be very overwhelming and depressing. Not only are they piling tons of work, they aren't using the tools and resources given to make students' education efficient and effective. When I think of school, I should be happy to be there, not wondering how I'm going to pass a class or get 10 plus assignments due in a day or 2. School needs to understand our circumstances and at least give us leisure to try and get back on our feet. On top of that, losing people you care about and struggling with your own mental health.
All right,
Somebody
Sarah,
else? That's 2 minutes.
that is your 2 minutes. I'm so sorry, but thank you for addressing the board tonight. We appreciate your comments. Okay, our next speaker is Rowan Nordquist. Is Rowan with us? No, it doesn't appear so. So I'm going to move on to Jao Negron-Finch. Looks like someone's coming into the room right now, so I'm just going to give a little bit of time for them to connect to audio.
Okay. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. When you are ready, Rowan, welcome, and you have 2 minutes.
All right. Hi, my name is Jerome Nordquist. I'm in 9th grade at East High School. I'm here to urge the board to allow schools to reopen. For example, I'm on a travel soccer team with 20 different players who get to go to school in the Monroe County, and I'm the only player that doesn't have the option to go in-person school. Something huge about students staying remote is how they are not able to socialize, which can be unhealthy. Also, students disengage a lot when they are learning online. Teachers, you always say that you wish you could see us in person, but your union is doing everything they can to stop that.
Thank you so much, Ron. We appreciate you joining us tonight. So we have another student coming in. I hope this is Jao. Is this Jao? I'm not seeing anyone enter the room right now. No. All right, I'm going to move on to Rocky Granville. Is Rocky with us? No. Okay, next person speaking is our first parent, Kirsten Brown Warren. Welcome.
Thank you.
All right, you have 2 minutes.
Dear Board of Education Commissioners, I am Kirsten Brown Warren, proud parent leader to 2 Anna Murray Douglas Academy scholars. I'd like to express my appreciation and thanks for your support in making sure our scholars get back into school next week and dismantle the inequities and inequalities that have pushed us into this remote learning situation for this long of a period. Thank you for the experts who you've invited to ensure us that school is the safest place for our scholars. And thank you for revealing that hybrid learning can be implemented as it has been in every other school district in Monroe County. Please understand that while RCSD parents have stood in the gap time and time again in support of our teachers in our schools and in various capacities regarding district policies, the RTA resolution hidden behind a title prioritizing our scholars does no such thing in its actual points, but stand on the legs of the organization's own interests. RTA does not represent my family, who was more than capable of and deserving of the opportunity to make a choice as to whether or not my scholars should attend school. Let us not keep children in situations and environments where they feel silenced and feel less than their peers in neighboring school districts who have the choice to attend school. The fact that some RTA members believe that keeping schools closed is anti-racist is insulting and one of the most racist things I've ever heard in my entire life. As a former educator and proud union member myself, I believe in what teachers can accomplish in the classroom and the good that unions provide for its members. But this is overreach by an organization with 90% of its members living in districts where their children may go to school. Thank you for continuing with the reopening plan, helping families get out from under the weight that the RTA has placed on us to the detriment of fair learning. Some of us are torn, many of us discouraged, and perhaps all of us tired of being disrespected and belittled, but we are energized and ready to truly put scholars first in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. We appreciate your comments tonight. Our next speaker is Ben Gustafson, a parent speaking about the reopening plan. Mr. Gustafson, are you with us? No, I'm not seeing him here. I'm going to move on to our next parent.
He's coming in, Ms. White.
Oh, he's coming in? All right, Mr. Gustafson, welcome. Can you hear us? We can't hear you. Not hearing you, sir. Nothing. What we can do, Mr. Gustafson, I'm going to move on to our next speaker, and we'll try. Why don't you we'll put you back in the waiting room, and then we'll pull you back out after the next speaker. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Our next speaker on the list is Walida Monroe Sims. Miss Monroe did send a note to say that she is not able to speak, so she will speak at the next meeting. So I'm going to call our next speaker, Carly Fox. Is Carly Fox with us? Hi, Ms. Fox. Thank you for joining us. Ms. Fox is a parent and will also be addressing reopening. Ms. Fox, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I spent the whole day working on this, and yet I don't have a smooth speech. Thank you to the students who spoke, to the parent that just spoke. That was amazing. To the teachers, Dr. Myers-Small, and the elected officials. I'm a graduate of Rochester City School District and a parent to a 5th grader at 15 school. I'm also a community organizer and a labor advocate. And in that capacity, I'm here tonight in favor of opening up the schools. My daughter's cousin, who's in Arundecoit, gets to talk about how great it is to be in school since September, 4 days a week, and so many other kids who are able to do that. And it just feels just so blatantly unfair and disrespectful to our kids that they haven't been able to. We got really, really excited that they were going to be able to go back, and the disappointment's huge, seismic, if it's not going to happen. I asked my daughter why she wants to go back, and she said that it's because she thinks a lot of kids just aren't learning as effectively as they would be in person. She's concerned about her peers falling behind. I think it's a major issue of equity, of preparing the children in our city to be ready, to be competitive. And my neighbor, who has 3 little sons, made plans for this. She let the person she hired know that Friday's the last day because the kids are going to go back. She has 2 pre-K twins and a kindergartner, and it's been extremely difficult for that family. I also think we need to we're pitting against each other. Everything Kirsten said around the RTA and teachers, I believe my daughter's teachers truly want to help the kids. So many of them are excited about reopening. And I think we need to look at the state. We need to look at taxing billionaires. We need to look at the Fund Our State, that $44 billion in aid could come if we would tax the rich. And that's on Cuomo. It's on our elected officials to force this to happen. We have power there so that we're not all doing this little fighting at this level. And I really wanted to get that said. I think the survey was misleading when it was originally put out. You can't say that parents who chose remote are not comfortable with kids going back in. And I think that also that the RTA does not have the right to voice what parents want based on dysfunctional survey results. Please don't speak on our behalf in your no confidence resolution. And
Fox?
that, yep.
I apologize.
That's okay. I just want to thank everyone and thank you for your time, and sorry this is going on so long. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. We appreciate your comments tonight. And if you have additional comments, feel free to email them. We'll make sure that they are sent to all the board members and posted as well for the public.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do see that we're going to try and bring Mr. Gustafson back into the room. Ben, do you want to go ahead and speak and see if we can hear you? Not hearing you still. Oh, no. All right. I'm so sorry, Mr. Gustafson. I'm not hearing you at all. Okay. All right. Sounds like we're gonna try that again. Okay. I'm going to have Mr. Gustafson go back into the waiting room, and then I'm going to call. It looks like we have Jessica Gustafson joining us as well. Jessica, are you with us? No, not yet. Nope. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to our next speaker, who is Gypsy Escobar, a parent speaking about the reopening plan. Ms. Escobar, welcome.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Escobar, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Honorable members of the Board of Education, thanks for opening the space for parents to speak as well. My name is Gypsy Escobar. I'm a mother of a first grader in School 12. And I am also a co-author of a change.org petition written by a group of concerned parents in response to the RTA's resolution rejecting the district's plan to move forward with phase 2 of reopening as planned. That petition has already collected more than 220 signatures, a clear indication that the RTA does not speak for parents and guardians. I'm here to urge the Board of Education and the RCSD to move forward with phase 2 as planned. Though I recognize that there are risks with returning to the classroom, I think the district's plan has the necessary measures to mitigate them and start transitioning to an in-person model. I empathize and share the anxieties of the teachers represented by the RTA. However, after almost a year of remote learning, our children's mental health and academic development are suffering. They need to be back in the classroom. The cost of staying fully remote is too high for our communities to bear when families are facing so many other challenges. I urge the Board of Education and the RCSD to work with the RTA to address teachers' concerns. Perhaps it would benefit all stakeholders if a restorative approach was used to bridge the wide trust gap between the teachers and the district. There are several organizations in the Rochester area that offer restorative mediation that you could tap on. About a third of families in the district opted into the hybrid model. Please don't take our agency away. We are the ones who know what's best for our children, not the teachers union. And we are ready to work with our teachers to help them and our children to adapt to the hybrid model and make the best of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Escobar. We appreciate your comments tonight. I'm going to move back to Ms. Gustafson. Jessica, are you with us? Ooh, we cannot hear you. I don't know. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna try the same thing. If you can, Tom is gonna put you back in the waiting room, and then we'll move on to other speakers and see if we can circle you back in, okay? Our next speaker is Tracy Austin, another parent. Tracy, welcome.
Thank
When
you.
you're ready, yourself, and you have 2 minutes. And you might need to turn off your feed because we're a little bit behind that, so it'll echo.
Is that okay? Can you not hear it now? Okay.
Yes, go ahead. Thank you. Whenever you're ready.
My name is Tracy Austin. My son is a junior at SOTA. Thank you for having us parents share, and the students, thank you very much for sharing. Our district is not new to chaos, as you all know. Just in this last year, we faced teacher layoffs, enormous budget shortfalls, large communication nightmares, superintendent problems, and now a pandemic. The two sad constants through all of this: number one, our children in the city of Rochester's voices are not being heard and their needs are not being met. And this is due in very large part to the second constant, which is battles between our leaders. The RTA now with the BOE, the superintendent, RCSD, and our city leadership. Most of my words are mostly directed to the RTA right now. But this pandemic is not over, but we are looking to the future. We are hopeful as a city that the day will come where our students will be fully functioning in our schools again, and we need to plan for that. We can't remain stuck where we are because of infighting or because these are hard problems to tackle. And that's not being debated. This is a very hard time with plenty of hard decisions to make, but that does not give you all a pass to figure this out now. We have to have answers now, and not only because your district families are asking you to, but because we have elected you or you were hired to do a job, whether you're a part of the BOE, the RTA, or RCSD. And so you must work on these relationships between you to come to resolutions, because you're there to educate our children and give them all equal access to a great education. So please listen to those students, hear their needs, listen to our teachers, listen to our parents, and not just the ones who respond to a survey that asks them to make a decision based on incomplete information. Your students, your parents, your teachers, some of us are not sleeping at night. So I ask you, are you sleeping at night? I kind of hope not, because this task of rebuilding is arduous. But we're willing to work with you. We need to know that you all are willing to work together and with us. Please do this hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Austin. We appreciate your comments tonight. We were going to call Mr. Gustafson back into the room, but we're not seeing him at this time. So I'm going to try with Jessica Gustafson once more to see if her audio works. Jessica, are you with us?
It says they're joining, Ms. Wade.
Okay, thank you. So let's just give a few minutes. While we wait, I'm going to see, there you are. We can hear you actually. Yes, okay. All right, when you're ready, you have 2 minutes.
I'm very sorry about that. Good evening, Dr. Myers-Small and board commissioners. You guys know me. I'm the parent rep for CIGR committee. I'm a proud RCSD parent leader. All of the families and staff in our district are doing things that we never could have imagined prior to March 2020. There's no ideal right now and no perfect plan. We're all doing our best and moving forward. I'm encouraged by what I see from our students and our families. I'm appreciative of our teachers and our administration who have worked so hard to be agile in this environment and provide an education for our students as best as we can. As a parent, I would like to express my vote of no confidence in the RTA as an organization to make decisions in the best interest for the children of this community. I do have confidence in the medical professionals who have deemed back to school to be safe for children and families. I have confidence in Mike Mendoza, who says that COVID transmission in schools is very low. I have confidence in community partners like the Children's Agenda and Rock the Future, who support a children's return to school. I have confidence in our families and students to take the pandemic seriously and use the necessary precautions to stop the spread. I have confidence in the people of this community to make decisions about the health and safety of our children. Board and superintendent, I would ask you to listen to the teachers and staff that speak tonight as your employees, and that you would listen to the people of this community about what we need for the best outcomes for our children. Thank you very much and have a good night.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gustafson. We appreciate you addressing tonight. We'll call the next speaker into the room, who is Ginny Figueroa. Ginny, are you with us?
Janai, yes, I'm here.
Janai, sorry
Yes.
about that. Okay, Janai, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Esteemed board members, community at large, thank you for allowing us the opportunity to come before you and communicate our concerns. I'm a parent of 2 amazing, beautiful Afro-Latinas in 2 different educational communities. One, a 10th grader in a private ed setting, the other, a 4th grader at school number 58. Here's what I've learned. Although both of my youth were home since March 13th of last year, it didn't stop us from contracting the virus, but my babies still wanted to attend school. They got up every day and logged on. However, their mental health began to decline and urged me to send them back to school. My oldest started school last week, and her total mood has changed. She's become reinvigorated in her engagement in her education. And my youngest screamed at the top of her lungs because she hopefully will have the opportunity to return to school. Mental health impacts an individual's ability to engage effectively in their education. If we do not allow our students to return to school, then we are ultimately saying that they don't have the right to play. They don't have the right to socially distance and engage with their peers. That impacts them physically as they continue to grow and learn as individuals. This has lasting, lifelong effects. This will impact their ability for my youngest in the 5th grade, 6th grade, even into her senior year. This is a very large decision to be made, and it should be made as a collective. It's not teachers, it should not be teachers against the school board or RTA. It should be us operating as a collective. This is what has allowed my daughter, who has been a remote learner, for her school team to be able to make effective decisions with students first, not parents, not teachers, but students first. Yes, it's important that parents are involved and engaged and data is shared with them, but it is important that students are at the top because ultimately they are our future, not us. Thank you.
Thank you, Janai. We appreciate you addressing the board tonight. Thank you very much. I am actually going to bounce back to our student list because one student who was not able to make it is now able to address us tonight, and that is Layla McFadden. Layla, whenever your audio connects, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello.
Hey, welcome.
Hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Layla.
Hello, everybody. My name is Layla McFadden. I am a 16-year-old in a 12th grade School Without Walls early grad. Out of the past 2 years I've done in high school, I never really struggled. And when I fell behind, I found the motivation to get back up. This past occurring year, my mental health has not been great. Stuff going on at home and schoolwork piling and stressing me out because of my mental health. I am always exhausted, and I try to find ways to keep pushing. Going back to school will be a great opportunity for me and many more students to better our mental health and be in the classroom as normal. The virtual plan is not beneficial to all RCSD students, and I need someone to please hear me. So now that I'm done, I want to read a Facebook comment that someone from, her name is Brooklyn. She is a student at School Without Walls. School is mentally draining. I have no motivation for any of it. I've had multiple teachers tell me that I just need to do the work and it's not that hard. And when we say things about us having obligations outside of school or maybe having some family issues, it's disregarded. Also, my grandma died December 26th and her funeral was a school day. So I took that day and the day off from school. And almost none of my work was exempt and none of my absences were excused. And they still blamed me and said I needed to get it done if I want to pass. I already have the issue of my mom saying that any grade below an 85 isn't good enough, but I'm trying and no one wants to at least acknowledge that. Thank you for your time, everybody.
Thank you so much, Layla. We appreciate you addressing us tonight, and we're glad you were able to join us after all.
Thank you.
All right, have a good night.
You
We
too.
are going to move back to our parents. I do have Christine Duval first before Mary Beth Elko. I do see Mary Beth is here with us, but let me see if I can get Christine into the room really quickly. As a reminder for our speakers in the waiting room, remember, you will continue to be in the waiting room until it is your time to speak. Please ensure while you're in the waiting room that your name is fully spelled out. We actually have quite a few Christines tonight, so it's really important that you spell out both your first and last name so that we know who it is who's coming in. So Christine, welcome. Thank you for joining us. And when you're ready, you can unmute yourself and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Christine, and I'm the mother of 2 students at school number 15. I want teachers and staff to know that I do not undervalue your safety, just as I don't undervalue the safety of all of the brave folks who continue to work the front lines at this difficult time. That said, I support schools reopening, and I wholeheartedly believe that parents and students, at the very least, deserve to be provided with a choice. I plead with the board to put the needs of the students first and not allow the RTA to influence your decision to proceed forward with schools reopening. I want to speak on teachers' concerns about feeling ill-prepared and undertrained. I agree, it's unfortunate that teachers have not received adequate training. But as a mother who became teacher basically overnight, I can relate to this because I was not prepared or trained to teach my strong-willed kindergartner how to read and write. To make matters worse, this is being done under the most unnatural environment imaginable. She's not only being forced to stare into a poorly made Chromebook for numerous hours a day, but she's also being deprived of those social connections that she so desperately yearns for. Despite having the most amazing teachers who put forth a great deal of effort over Zoom calls, my kindergartner is struggling. Most days, the bad outweighs the good. And I say this to you because even without a solid plan or adequate training in place, I believe that 2 days of in-person instruction would be immensely beneficial to her mental well-being. I'll say it again, parents and students deserve to be given the option to return in person or remain remote. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us tonight, Christine. We appreciate it.
Oh.
Right on to Mary Beth Elko, a parent, speaking also about reopening of schools. Welcome, Mary Beth, and when you're ready, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you all for this opportunity. I speak to you this evening as a mom to a 3rd grader and as a proud parent leader. I would like to specifically address the RTA's resolution to keep our students safe. To be clear, that resolution does not speak for my child, nor does it speak to what the collective of us, families, parents, scholars, are worthy of, deserve, and need. We speak for us. In speaking for us, in this case, for my 3rd grade daughter, myself, and for countless other scholars and their families, I'd like to share a few things that I notice and wonder about, centered on what our children are denied by this resolution. Like Jess said a few minutes ago, I'd like to cast a vote of no confidence in this RTA resolution. One thing I noticed, children just a few houses down the street from us in a different district have been learning in person since early fall. I wonder why the RTA resolution denies our scholars the choice to return to in-person learning when they are worthy of the same access and opportunities as the scholars around the block. I noticed since early fall, countless educators across Monroe County have been teaching in person without being vaccinated. I wonder why the RTA resolution denies our scholars the option of in-person learning when they deserve the same opportunities as their suburban counterparts, many of whom have had teachers who are teaching without being vaccinated still. Lastly, I noticed the parochial school a few blocks away has been offering in-person learning since summer. They have managed to navigate hybrid learning safely for months. And I wonder, what do I tell my daughter? Whenever we drive by the nearby parochial school, my 3rd grade daughter always asks, why do they get to go back? What do I tell her? I know I need to tell her the truth. And the truth is, sweet girl, all RCSD scholars, you're worthy and deserve the same choice of the scholars a few blocks away and those in a district down the street. But people are trying to keep this from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Elko. We appreciate your comments tonight. Our next speaker is going to be Joshua Enk. Mr. Enk, are you with us? He's connecting to audio right now. All right, welcome, Mr. Enk. When you're ready, you have 2 minutes. Just go ahead and unmute yourself, okay?
There you go. Hi, everybody. My name is Joshua Enk, and I'm a parent with a child at 4th grader at School 12, and also one of our children is in the UBK program. So I just wanted to come here tonight to say that my family and I support the district's reopening plan. And from what we've read, we believe that the plan carefully considers and accommodates for the safety and well-being of students, teachers, and staff, and we really appreciate that. We believe firmly that all children in the city of Rochester deserve the same equitable learning and support opportunities being offered to children all around the area, neighboring towns, etc. And I encourage the district to move ahead with hybrid learning and returning of all students to the classroom as soon as possible. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Enk. We appreciate your comments tonight.
You bet. Have a nice night.
You too as well. We're going to move on to our next speaker, who is Ruth Snyder. Ruth is going to be joining us now. I'm just going to wait for her to enter the room. Wonderful. Welcome, Ruth. And when you're ready, you can unmute yourself and you have 2 minutes.
You bet. Have a nice night.
You too as well. We're going to move on to our next speaker. Okay, Ruth, you're going to need to turn off your feed because we are a little bit ahead of the feed, so it will echo for you. Okay?
Got it.
Got it. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ruth Schneider. I'm an RCSD graduate and parent of an RCSD 2nd grader and pre-K student. I support a return to in-person instruction. During a board meeting in October of last year, Deputy Superintendent Dr. Morris reported that assuming that all in-person instruction does not resume this year, students are anticipated to fall behind nearly 7 months. 7 months. This is frankly unfathomable in a year full of unfathomableness. And not only are our young children falling further behind their peers in suburban and private schools, but they're losing interest in school. Despite his teacher's best efforts, my 2nd grader is bored and unengaged. We frequently find him making paper airplanes or staring at the ceiling. Distance learning simply does not work for young children. Where once he was engaged and enthusiastic, he is now uninterested. How will this loss of love of learning affect his education over the years to come? The RTA has failed to put our community's children first, time and again. The RTA asked teachers whether the district has the needed readiness level to effectively and safely resume in-person instruction. This question actually conflates 2 separate issues, safety and instructional readiness. On a follow-up question, 28% endorsed safety-related concerns, and the majority reported concerns about instructional readiness. No, the instructional plan is certainly not perfect. And yes, teachers teaching distance learning and in-person learning simultaneously will be difficult. But the RTA's response is not proportional to the issue. Rather than refusing to return to in-person instruction, the RTA should work with the district to develop effective teaching strategies and identify needed resources. In fact, they've had 11 months to do so. I appreciate the anxiety surrounding a return to in-person instruction, but the CDC, New York State Department of Health, and Monroe County Department of Health all support school reopening. So when the RTA asks you to bow to the collective wisdom of parents, know that they do not speak for me. I support a return to in-person instruction. And I ask that RCSD parents and students be given the same choices that our counterparts in suburban and private schools are given. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Snyder. We appreciate your comments tonight. Thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Kenyon Binns, a parent. Mr. Binns should be joining us. I'm just waiting for him to enter the room now. All right, looks like he's just connecting to audio now. Welcome, Mr. Binns. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, you have 2 minutes, sir.
All right, my name is Kenyon. I have a daughter at 15 school. I wrote a...
Welcome, Mr. Binns. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, Jesus.
You're just gonna need to pause that.
Good grief. Okay, I wrote a response to RTA. It's called What is with the RTA? Recently, the Rochester Teachers Association unveiled their latest attempt to scuttle the Rochester City School District's reopening plan. A resolution was passed recording an official no confidence vote in the plan. After almost a year of remote learning and the struggles that come with it, Superintendent Myers-Small and RCSD have presented a plan to reopen, a ray of hope for the kids in the city. RTA is determined to block that ray of hope. Let's be clear, despite the wording of its resolution, the RTA speaks on behalf of teachers and their interests only, not those of parents nor students. The RTA's interests are clearly not in the city of Rochester. More than half of city school teachers do not live in the city. To borrow the title of Nassim Taleb's latest book, they have no skin in the game. Most of their children live in suburban school districts and get to go to school. The RTA expects our children to continue staring at screens all day in the remote version of school. Our kids have had enough screen time in the last year. They need to be in school. I'm not a psychiatrist, just a concerned dad. What are the downstream second order effects of a lost school year? Every time I see my 5-year-old daughter staring at a screen for her quote unquote class, it hurts my heart. My 14-year-old niece takes wistful walks with her mother to her old bus stop and lingers there to complain about remote learning before they go back home. A young lady who was a high school student in RCSD spoke passionately last Monday, January 25th, at a Board of Education meeting about the need for her and her peers to return to school. She was practically pleading with the adults on the Zoom to make it happen. Luckily for her, her teachers don't make the final call. In recent years, the acronym FUD has been popularized. FUD stands for fear, uncertainty, and doubt.
Mr. Binns?
Yeah.
I do apologize. Your 2 minutes are up for tonight.
Thank you very much.
It does seem like you have a written statement. So if you do want to forward that along, I will ensure that all the board members get a chance to read that and that it's posted to the website as well, okay?
All right, same email as I signed up on?
Yes, correct.
All right, thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Binns. Have a good night.
You too.
I just do a quick reminder to all of our speakers, if you're joining us and you're also listening in, please be sure to lower your volume when you enter the waiting room, because what you'll find is there is a lag and it will get a little bit confusing when you start talking and hearing yourself delayed. So our next speaker is Amy Mihalakas. I hope I pronounced your last name correctly, but when you're ready, unmute yourself and you have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Great, thank you. No, you did really well. It's Mihalakis.
I am the mother of a second grader and a student in the UPK community program. And today I really wanted to come and, just let you know that RTA's resolution does not speak for my family. We have to reopen as soon as possible, and it's time to get moving. We have plans in place. Let's get to the work in person. And today I also wanted to talk to you specifically about how any delay to our reopening really compounds the effect on students with disabilities. My son has multiple disabilities, and what's happening now is that he's falling further behind, and remote schooling has not been good for him. He has less than expected progress in every single area on his report card, and he's a smart kid. He can't engage with remote learning. And now so we actually had to add academic goals to his IEP, which just happened in January, really based on how poorly he's doing in the remote learning environment. And I'm now being asked to try to prioritize which services, essential services for my son, should be done in person versus remotely. He's in an integrated co-taught classroom that was not included in the January reopening, and I understand why, but really he needs instruction 4 days a week. He needs consistency, like by prescription. And he needs all the services that are on his IEP in order for him to accomplish his 12 individualized education goals. In order for us to meet the needs of students with disabilities, they have to be in person. And so any delay to our reopening would harm them even further. And I just really urge you to not listen to what RTA and their concerns are with regard to reopening, because I feel like it does not reflect the true needs of our students. And I think it also doesn't consider the plans that have been put in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you joining us tonight. Going to be moving on to our next speaker, who is Kilolo Moya White. Is Ms. Moya White with us? It looks like she's going to be joining us now. Wonderful. Welcome. And when you have your next action is just to unmute yourself, and then you have 2 minutes to speak, okay?
Thank you. Sure. A culture of fear has permeated the airwaves and educational community of cities like Chicago, Buffalo, and the city of Rochester. This culture of fear that has taken hold of a minority group of educators within RCSD is rooted in racism and ignorance. As an educator and community activist, I am appalled by the educational leadership that would use this strategy to implore people to disregard the essence of what it means to be a teacher and the community responsibility most of us as educators have for the scholars and families in which we serve. In 1963, John Lewis, also known as Good Trouble, made a statement when he called patience a dirty and nasty word. To those who said to civil rights leaders, be patient and wait. I am using my voice tonight in honor of Good Trouble. Our scholars, our community cannot afford to be patient. Our children deserve better than to be told to be patient. The life and trauma of a 9-year-old child and her family was put on expose this week. Have we really processed if the schools had been opened, and would it have been different? If there were stronger policies to fund mental health supports, could yet another arrest of a Black child have been avoided? How do you tell a child experiencing trauma daily to wait because every teacher has not been vaccinated? The majority of teachers teaching in the RCSD live in school districts where they have not been told to wait. We have waited long enough. Superintendent Myers-Smalls, the community stands with you. Please move forward with phase 2 and 3 of reopening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moya White. We appreciate your comments tonight. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to move on to the next person on our list. It does appear that Ramon Hanna and Nissa Youngren are not in the waiting room. So I'm going to move on to Russell Nordquist. Is Russell joining us?
I'm here.
Wonderful. Mr. Nordquist, when you're ready, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Russell Nordquist, and I'm a parent of 3 RCSD scholars. There's a couple groups that I'd like to address. First is the board members. Thank you for taking our audience and listening. Stay true to the reopening plans. Don't let the unreasonable demands stop the process. Listen to the concerns, make improvements, and then push forward. Don't allow this inequity to continue. To the union, whereas your demands are non-specific and unreasonable, resolve to move forward with specific and reasonable demands. Tens of thousands of schools have reopened without vaccination, but the RTA is making that a requirement. Be specific and be reasonable. Teachers, the majority of you live in districts that have been learning in person for months now. Your union is blocking your students' right to the same opportunity. I know many of you feel the inequity and want to be back with your students. Push the RTA to advocate and to use its influence for things that are reasonable. They are your union after all. Parents, don't lower your expectations of RCSD and your scholars' education. Too long, we have had lowered expectations of our system. We need to start to expect what other people get. Engage with your schools. Let's make sure our students have the same choice as the rest of the county. We should have a choice. We must reopen RCSD schools without delay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nordquist. We appreciate your comments tonight. I'm going to move on to our next speaker, who is Jonathan Marsh. Mr. Marsh is joining the room right now. Just going to give a few minutes. Welcome, Mr. Marsh.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. When you're ready, you have 2 minutes, sir.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jonathan Marsh, and I'm a parent leader of 3. Let me first say that for phase 2, we hope that we choose to continue testing in schools. I think the more data we have, the better. We all want our kids and teachers to stay healthy, of course. Now we are on the brink of reopening, and parents and children are excited to return. Meanwhile, the RTA is threatening to hold a vote of no confidence in Dr. Myers-Small. And I'm here to say, it won't surprise me. Parents that want to see their kids return to school are already of the mind that the RTA is not operating in good faith with the district. It has been one thing after another, a constant moving of the goalposts. Look at the RTA social media feed from the last couple of days. It is full of posts that say they want to stay closed until everyone has had the chance to be vaccinated. This would threaten to keep our school closed until at least through the summer, if we're being realistic. To delay now would be to placate to the demands of the RTA, pull the rug out again from our kids, and deny parent choice yet again. Just this week, I saw a teacher post on Facebook, if I don't feel safe right now, I can't imagine how I'm going to feel when 250 more insidiously enter our building for phase 2. Insidious? Excuse me? That's what we're calling RCSD scholars now? This type of thinking and despicable use of language needs to be rooted out of RTA membership. We understand that there will be hiccups to work out, but don't let perfect be the enemy of good. There are over 100 teachers and staff members on the speaker's list tonight. It'll be a long night, but I hope that we move forward with the thoughts of our children and parent voices at the forefront. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marsh. We appreciate your comments tonight. I'm going to move on to the next category of speakers, which is our community members. As a reminder, we are taking the students, parents, and community members in this half of the board meeting and the remaining at the tail end. So I'm moving on to Carol Bonsignor Kitchen, and it does appear that she's with us and coming in from the waiting room. So just gonna give her a few minutes. I'm not seeing Carol. Okay, I'm going to move on to our next speaker, who is Shantara Randall. Shantara, are you with us?
She's here, Miss Wade.
Thank you. Okay, wonderful. Lisa, you're gonna need to turn off your feed. Is it off? Is it? Yes, I think so. Oh, wait, no. We're still hearing an echo. If you want to go ahead and turn off what you're listening to, there is a slight echo because we are delayed.
Okay.
On social media. When you're ready, you have 2 minutes, okay?
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Shantara Randall Mitchum. I am going to make some statements that many of my colleagues will disagree with. These arguments are not an invalidation of theirs. It is a request to prioritize the lives of a historically disenfranchised group of people. I speak as a SPED teacher, as an advocate for youth voice, as a Black mom raising a Black male student whom I'm aware that even at the age of 7, the odds are stacked against him. Here are the facts. Rochester's student population is predominantly Black and brown. Rochester has some of the highest racial, economic, and educational disparities in the entire nation. Therefore, denying Black and brown parents and students in particular the right of choice in a country and city that has historically caged in, ignored, and denied them agency reinforces systemic and institutional racism and is not only morally abhorrent, but criminal. These are the same students who, in protest of layoffs, walked out of classrooms, marched downtown in the cold to stand up for us when we felt like we were being ignored. How dare we ignore their voices now? Black student lives matter shirts, signs in windows, signs in yards and classrooms mean nothing if when they call upon us, we do not show up. Their lives have always been the ones on the line, even prior to this pandemic, and education is one way to save those lives. Do not allow fear to control you. Many of us have been fighting this war against a system ineffective in preparing our students for the life ahead. Now is not the time to back away. We are losing some of our best and brightest to remote learning. Imagine the ones who already felt ignored, forgotten, and displaced. To the entire district, reopen, reorient, and revive. They can only know that their lives matter if we show them that. We can do this, y'all. I believe in us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Randall. We appreciate your comments tonight. I do see that we have Carol with us, but it looks like her account is unresponsive. So I'm going to move on to the next person on the list, who is Dr. Gaya Shakes. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, Dr. Shakes. We're gonna give her a few minutes. All right, not seeing her as well. So Miss Silvio?
Hi, thank you.
Hi, of course. Ms. Silvio is a community member and she will be speaking. Ms. Silvio, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Myers-Small, President White, board members, and participants in this meeting. I am Sharon Silvio, and I'm a city resident and a retired teacher of RCSD. I'm speaking tonight about the importance of health and safety in our schools before having our students return. Our teachers and staff are essential workers. It's therefore essential that our schools are well prepared for the return of our faculty, principals, and children before that return takes place. Of course, as essential workers, it is necessary that our staff members receive vaccines and should be at the top of the list because their health of their families and their is at stake as well. How can we help to speed up the receiving vaccine? Is there anything as community members that we can do and as board members that you can do to help expedite this process so that we know there is a measure of safety for return? My other concern is the cleanliness of the schools. When I was a teacher at my school, we often had a system that one side of the building would get cleaned one day and the other side would be the other day. This cleaning merely involves sweeping and an occasional mopping. How then will it be possible for the custodial staff to truly clean and sanitize the classrooms, bathrooms, and other areas of the building? There is not enough custodial staff to sweep each night. How will we make this other happen? Is the district able to afford to hire more cleaning staff? What is the plan that you have, Superintendent, for ensuring that the building will be well cleaned and sanitized each night in preparation for the next day? Do we have the additional funding with the budget that we have? I truly understand how deeply parents, kids, and teachers need and want to return. I truly do, but I worry about safety first for all. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Silvio. We appreciate your comment tonight. I want to call on our next speakers. We had a Yolanda Wooten, not seeing her in the waiting room. And then after that, we have Miss Julia Clayton. So I'm going to see if Miss Clayton will join us. Just give a few seconds. Welcome, Miss Clayton. Okay, Miss Clayton is a community member, and whenever you're ready, Miss Clayton, you have 2 minutes. Just go ahead and unmute yourself, okay?
I think I've done it. Okay. Good evening. My name is Julia Clayton. I am a retired teacher from RCSD, and since retirement have done a lot of substitute teaching. My daughter teaches ESL at School 4. Like it or not, we are still in the midst of a worldwide pandemic. We would like to believe that we are nearing the end of this nightmare, but we are not. The pandemic is at its height. Nearly 20,000 people in the country have died of COVID in January alone. For Americans between the ages of 45 and 85, the third leading cause of death is now COVID-19. COVID not only kills, it leaves many of its victims with lasting effects. And the Rochester City School District would like to begin the process of having the children and staff return to in-person learning at a time when vaccines are beginning to shine a light at the end of the tunnel. The vaccines are hope for the end of this horrendous chapter in all of our lives. Just last week, 4 teachers in the Montgomery school system in Alabama died from COVID, 4 in 1 week. Now they are moving to all virtual learning. It's a little late for those 4 individuals and their families. We know that the rollout of the vaccines has been slow. Only 1.5% of the US population has been totally vaccinated. New York State has not done well. Very few teachers and staff have been vaccinated. If so, there are some over the age of 65. I have not yet been able to get one. So far, at least 707 school staff have died of COVID. They were from all around the US and were teachers, school secretaries, principals, custodians. 70 alone died in January. Their ages range from 26 through 75. We are not out of the woods. For the benefit of our students, their families, and school staff and families, RCSD needs to teach virtually until school personnel have been fully vaccinated. I recommend that Superintendent Myers-Small wait just a few more months to safely return our schools to in-person learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clayton. We appreciate your comments tonight. I'm going to move back to our student list because I do see that another of our students was able to join us. Beautiful Ford, welcome, Beautiful. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, hi, my name is Beautiful Ford. I'm a senior at Wilson Magnet High School. Please excuse my lateness. And I'm here to speak on behalf of reopening schools. This may have already been said, but I just want to stress the importance of students coming back for in-person learning because as we all may know, suburban schools are already back doing in-person learning and we are at a disadvantage. Students, including myself, may have lack of Wi-Fi or internet connection at home. At the beginning, I did have a Wi-Fi device, which was misplaced in my house because including me and my 4 siblings, I have 2 nieces in my home. There are about 3 generations in my house. So it's always hectic, always chaotic. And this also speaks to the fact that the many distractions that students may have at home that can hinder us from fully paying attention and actually learning during this virtual learning. As well as, like I said, like people having other siblings and other people in this home. This can also go to like many people on the Wi-Fi if students do have Wi-Fi access, which can cause it to lag and slow down. Another disadvantage I feel like I have been experiencing with virtual learning is that since I do not have Wi-Fi, I have to use my phone and my phone's hotspot to get on my Chromebook and do my schoolwork. And it's already hard when my hotspot runs out, or if I have an assignment on a website other than Google Classroom, like Kami, which we use for annotating, or Castle Learning, because I cannot access either one of these websites from my phone. So I just want to express how I feel like students, we should return back to in-person learning, obviously safely and as social distancing as we can. But I know me, myself personally, and a lot of my friends are really struggling learning completely virtually, and it's really taking a toll on us. Thank you.
Thank you, beautiful. We appreciate you joining us tonight. After all, we're very glad you were able to make it. Okay, I am going to call our last community member for the evening, who is Angelica Perez Delgado. Welcome, Angelica.
Thank you for having me. Ibero-American Action League stands in strong support of the Rochester City School District reopening plan, which will make hybrid in-person schooling available for all Rochester City School District students. An overwhelming 1,100 City of Rochester families have requested the hybrid model at the elementary level. The greater Rochester area has seen its fair share of positive COVID cases, yet somehow surrounding school district, charter schools, and private schools have remained open while inner city students struggle with a virtual environment with limited alternative options. Studies have shown that schools are amongst the safest places to be during the pandemic, and the data supports that children in schools have significantly lower rates of COVID than the population outside of schools. At this time, we are urging you to consider the needs of our children and family. Many organizations like Ibero have not stopped serving the community during this pandemic, all without getting a vaccine and providing face-to-face contact, including our early childhood center for a period of time. Institutions have carved out how they can continue to remain safe and adapt to these challenging times while maintaining in-person services when our families need us the most. Families and communities of color have been disproportionately impacted by COVID. Not reopening schools exacerbates those racial disparities. Neither Rochester City School District nor the RTA should create barriers for families to have equitable access to decision-making about their child's education. From the digital divide to language services, the struggle to serve those who are linguistically isolated has been extremely concerning. It is our hope that these very two powerful systems put our children first. The Rochester community can no longer tolerate the racist systemic structures and inequities that deprive Black and Brown children equitable access to quality education. We cannot allow 80% of teachers that do not live in our community to decide for our Black and Brown students. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angelica. We appreciate you joining us tonight and addressing the board. We did also have Kathy Smith, but it does appear that we're not getting through to her. So, Mr. President, you have the floor once more. We just sent a reminder to those in the waiting room that we will take the remainder of these speakers at the tail end of the meeting. You can continue to stay in the waiting room, and we will notify you when we're about to reconvene that portion. And we also welcome you to continue watching us on our Facebook and YouTube at this time.
Madam Clerk, I had a couple people text me and email me indicating that they were not going to be around. Is there an email address that they can, I see Ms. Scott is still in the Zoom room with us. Is there an email address where if a person was indicating the evening will go way too late for me, I just want to let you know that I will not be speaking tonight. It might help the staff, yourself included, to sort of manage that second group of speakers. If people could, out of courtesy, if they wanted to, we're not telling people not to speak. If they want to speak tonight, they absolutely can. But if, like the many messages I've gotten, you've decided not to, just as a courtesy and to make things run a little more efficiently, could they email somebody to say that they are not going to be available, or they're not going to be speaking?
Yes, we've been receiving a couple of those via or email. Just as a reminder, the same email that you used to sign up to speak, and the same email that did provide you that Zoom link, that's boardofelducation@rcsdk12. You may message us there to let us know if you're able to stay with us for that tail end of the meeting. You can also send your comments in, and we'll ensure that the board members receive those comments and that they're posted to the website for public viewing as well. So those are the two options.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Again, I want to reiterate on behalf of the board, we are absolutely fully intend on listening to everybody who wants to speak tonight, but should you choose not to, and you want to provide written comments, or just the evening will go too late, and you have the time to send an email, please do as instructed by Ms. Wade. On behalf of the Board of Education, I want to thank Tom, Kalia, Francine, and the staff members who invariably I have forgotten for all their good work. This is a Herculean task to organize an opportunity for citizens to speak up, and to do it in such an efficient and effective way, and a respectful way, by the way, Ms. Wade. Really appreciate the way you handle this very difficult task of telling people that their time is up and showing them respect and courtesy. It's not an easy task. And again, on behalf of the board, we want to thank you for that. But most importantly, on behalf of the board, we want to thank our parents, staff, parents, community leaders, and students. Especially the students. They did a great job today. It's very difficult to speak up in forums like this. No matter what position one takes on this issue, the board is very proud of you for the courage and the way in which you articulated your concerns or your positions. It is proof, in part, that not only is what the district is doing is working, but more importantly, it's proof of the good parenting and support that those children are getting at home and in their communities to be advocates. So again, on behalf of the board, we want to thank you for speaking up today. All right, that gets us to, I saw Commissioner Powell, were you raising your hand?
I was to ask the superintendent if she would be able to have someone reach out to Beautiful about that lost MiFi. It sounded like there are more than one student in the household who needs it for schoolwork. It seems like we ought to be able to overcome that problem.
Absolutely. I'll have Glenn or someone from his team work on that. Thank you, Commissioner Powell.
Thank you.
And Commissioner LeBron. Commissioner Malloy.
Hi, thank you. I was just wondering if someone could tell me what number speaker are we on, because I don't think we got through 36 speakers.
I think it was 34.
We did, so there were several
24 because there were many people who didn't show up or who were absent, but so I have 24 that have spoken. So doesn't that mean we still need to open up the floor to allow other people to continue speaking until we get to 36?
Well, that's a good point. I mean, the goal primarily was to make sure we got our parents and our students and our community members through.
But that's not what was stated at the beginning. What was stated was that we would take
Commissioner Malloy, what you know how we do. You said something, I'm responding, and then if you want to respond to that, I get that, but just let me finish. I might be wrong, and you might convince me and others that we should take, but just let me finish. The primary goal was to get our parents, our students who are working on homework and doing all sorts of things that people have to do, as is reflected in our bylaws. Additionally, I did mention community members. I was very specific in my request. However, the bylaws that we superseded tonight do allow for 60 minutes worth of speakers. I don't even know if we've done 60 minutes worth of speakers. I assume we have, but correct me on that. We are committed, Commissioner Malloy, to getting every speaker in, but there is significant board business that the board has voted on that we wanted to get through. How many minutes did we spend? Do you know, Madam Clerk?
How many? So I'd have to go through the list to say how many speakers. I'm going through quickly, but we started at 5:34 and now it is 7:03. So we've taken well over an hour and a half.
I don't have any problem, Commissioner Malloy, if it's the board's pleasure to balance out at a total 30 speakers, but we clearly have exceeded the 60 minutes, and that was clearly articulated in the motion as well. Commissioner Malloy, I want to give you an opportunity to respond, and then Commissioner LeBron.
Yeah, I just thought that we were taking the first 36 speakers. That was my understanding.
I think I might have put a number at 36, but I also clearly said parents, students, community leaders, and 60 minutes. Anybody else want to be heard on this, Commissioner LeBron? And I can always return to you, Commissioner Malloy, if you have additional comment. Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, I don't have any comment on this. I just wanted to essentially give some points because I recognize that there are a lot of individuals that signed up to speak. And I did see some things across social media that the board was going to be voting tonight on a plan to move forward. And I just want to articulate from my perspective, this board already voted to give the superintendent the authority to move forward in phase 1, 2, and 3. There are no resolutions tonight that actually discuss voting on a plan to move forward. We already voted a month ago on this. I do want to also, in that same token, validate our parents and our scholars that are coming and speaking out and in support of school opening. My understanding, again, as a commissioner, is that we as a board already voted and gave the superintendent and all her authority as the superintendent the right to create these plans. I do want to uplift that there are still some concerns that teachers share. And I have had conversations not only with this board, but with the superintendent to say, we do have to figure out a way to hear those concerns, validate them, and figure out how to address them and move forward. And the piece around vaccinations, because there might be a lot of people listening to this, I just want to state in my day job, this is a constant day-to-day conversation around the need for vaccinations across the state, this community, the country. There is a shortage of vaccines. To say we should close until everyone's vaccinated is not going to be a viable option. I have no idea, in the beginning when vaccines first came out, I really thought, okay, July, August, I'll be vaccinated. And I, for one, refuse to personally travel or even go see my mom, even though my mom is experiencing some health conditions, because I am afraid, so I get it. I will not travel and put her at risk. However, now, because of the vaccine shortage, I honestly don't even think I will be on the list for vaccines till the end of this year or even until next year. That's just where we're at with vaccines. As more companies are testing and moving forward, there's so many aspects to that piece. But I do want to just say the other piece that came up is around testing. And I want to uplift that the superintendent, myself, and Adam Bello and others in this community have had these conversations to figure out a way that we continue testing. And I'll let Dr. Myers speak more on that. We are working on that piece because I will say that is one area that we do need to continue to do. And I do want to give the superintendent a lot of credit and a lot of praise because she has spent a significant amount. I don't know if she's talked to other board members, but I've definitely have bent her ear since last week to address some of these things. And I know that her and her team are working very hard to address the issues that people have brought forth, that teachers have brought forth. And I'll stay quiet now. And I see her hand is up. So I'll turn the mic over to you, Van.
Thank you, Commissioner Vaughn. First of all, thank you for that clarification. I'm not on social media right now, but if people are thinking there is a vote that's going to happen tonight, that's absolutely incorrect. There is no vote. This is a moment where we listen to people, and people have taken advantage of that opportunity and signed up to speak, and we're listening. And on that point, before you speak, Dr. Myers, please, this is not the time for public comment about what people say, because we've got 70 speakers, maybe, give or take. If we start commenting on things that people say, if I recognize every board member tonight to reflect on what was just said over the last hour and a half, we will not only be violating our tradition, which is to just listen and not comment, but we will be here for hours and hours and hours and not getting. So Dr. Myers-Small, please limit your comments to what's going to happen next in the meeting. I know it's very tempting to want to address what people just said, but that's not what we do. And if I make an exception for one, we've got 6 other board members that we got to do that to. So please, I know it's be very difficult. Maybe you heard some stuff that you didn't agree with. I'm speaking to everybody, but let's just follow our tradition, which is we listen to citizens and we find other opportunities to respond. Dr. Myers?
I just wanted to respond to Commissioner Powell's request. The assistant principal already reached out to Beautiful and she'll be receiving an unlimited hotspot. So just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. We do that kind of stuff. We do ask, hey, somebody just asked something about their child. Is someone going to be responding to that? So thank you, Commissioner Powell and Superintendent Myers-Small. All right, I'm looking at the list and I don't see anybody else. So that allows us to go forward to the next item on the agenda as the board had passed in our superseding the bylaws today. We're going to take care of some important business and I'll be chairing this portion of our special meeting. And then we have some committee business that we have to take care of. And one of my colleagues will take the gavel and address those issues. All right, so first item for the special meeting is emergency response plan and the remote support teams. Dr. Myers, you have one of your deputies reporting on that.
Yes, I do. That would be Deputy Superintendent Martinez Davis.
Good evening, President White, Vice President Elliott, and our commissioners. Can you hear me okay? Perfect. Okay. So I wanted to share with you the information that was shared with our principals on Friday, because I think it's important to keep everyone informed of how we are moving forward to support our students and scholars now that they are coming back. So with that, this is what one of the committees that has been working diligently since the summer on how are we going to support our building leaders, students, and staff after SROs were removed from school. So, Kalia, I don't know if I have access to move the slide or you do that. You do that? Perfect. Okay. So just to give you a little bit of a background, the vision and how this started, the vision for our work was really to develop and implement a plan for our school community in response to the Rochester City Council's decision for the elimination of the school resource officers or the SRO program back in June of 2020. And this transition plan that was developed during the summer was to be implemented at the beginning of this school year in all our schools. Because we were in remote, we did not started the implementation, but we continued to work to make sure that whenever we were ready to come back, we would be ready. So with that, next slide, please. Thank you. So as you know, there were 10 schools previously where SROs were assigned. And Dr. Myers-Small assembled a committee with a multiple of stakeholders, including building administrators, district personnel, safety and security in the summer. And all of us, we divided ourselves into 3 subcommittees. One of those subcommittees was communication and plan with the Rochester Police Department. There was a building school community committee and the external supports committee, which is the one that I was part of. And that's the information that I'm going to be sharing with you today. We were the ones that were charged to develop a RCSD remote support team or teams to support the building crisis teams. Thank you, Kalia. Next slide, please. So I want to let you know that there are multiple of people that have helped with this plan. One of them is Tamara Shepard, Edna Robinson, Elizabeth Reyes, and Crystal Clark. Unfortunately, none of them were able to be here tonight. But I do want to thank them for all their work and efforts in putting this together. So what is the purpose of the remote support teams? One of the purposes is to facilitate and assist with the response to critical incidents and whenever there's disruptive behavior within the district or in a particular school that interrupts the educational process. Members of the remote support team may have had any of these types of training that you see here, like therapeutic crisis intervention, threat assessment training, restorative practices training, or training on ACEs. And the district trauma, illness, and grief TIG coordinator, that's Edna Robinson, she will be the person responsible in collaboration with James Shepard to determine the duration and the involvement of one of our remote support teams, and that's going to be based on the threat level and need of service. Thank you, Talia. Other purposes of the building crisis team is to provide leadership to the school community regarding critical incidents, disruptive behaviors, grief, loss, and traumatic events. So each of our schools, I should say, have a building crisis team that the remote support team will be supporting. The building crisis team will implement the steps outlined in the district's remote support team emergency plan that we have developed and share with our building principals. And the TIG trained members or trauma, illness, and grief members of each building crisis team will help facilitate the team's responses. So responses to critical incidents and disruptive behaviors, we want to make sure that all our principals and everyone that we presented this information to understood the differences. So a critical incident can be unpredictable or predictable events or situations that have the potential to cause a state of upset or disorganization to school operations. Crises range in scope and intensity from incidents that are directly or indirectly affecting one student to many students in a school community. Our goal is to assist students and staff in a culturally responsible manner to return to normal routines as quickly and calmly as possible. This way, the school can continue with their daily routines and the education and instruction can continue. So we will be utilizing the same language that we use when we talk about trauma, illness, and grief and responding to that. And we have determined that we're going to have 3 different levels. The levels are important because depending on the level of that incident is going to be the level of the response and how we're going to respond to assist the building crisis team. You can see here some of the examples that categorize where one of the incidents in a particular school falls. So you might have a low to moderate incident. You might have a moderate incident that affects the operation of that school building, or you might have a severe or life-threatening incident that affects the operation of the school building and might spill into the community. So we're going to use that language when we are talking to our building administrators and supporting them as to what level of a crisis is it. And that way we're all using the same language and there's no miscommunication. So how will this be implemented? Which is on the next slide. Thank you, Kalia. So if it's a low, moderate incident, the building crisis team will be dealing with that incident like they normally do. We have created a checklist for our building administrators to use with their building crisis team to ensure that they are providing the students the appropriate support whenever they're in need. And we want to really reinforce that we want to take any opportunity of a student either not, following or misbehaving as a learning opportunity, because that's really our mindset is that there's always a function to a behavior and that we want to take every opportunity as a teachable moment. So our building administrators and their building crisis team would be working with students to provide them with the tools needed so that when something happens again, they have the support that they need within the school to be able to deal with that situation. Now, if it's a moderate incident, which is the next slide, Kalia, thank you. If it's a moderate incident, the building crisis team, the administrator or his or her designee would then contact Mr. Shepard, who is our District Director of Safety and Security. The building administrator with Mr. Shepard will consult with Edna Robinson, who is our TIC coordinator, to determine which support needs to be deployed to that school. And that could look in many different forms. It could be one of our Pathways to Peace community partner that might go to that school to assist. It could be a rock restorative team or some of the rock restorative team members. It could be a remote SSO team, or it could be a counselor or a social worker. So they will determine based on the incident, what is the response and how much need they need. And really the plan and the hope is to create a action plan, again, to help the student or students involved return to a baseline when they can come back to and be in the classroom. Now, if it is a, next slide, Kali. Thank you. If it is a severe incident, again, the building administrator or designee will contact Mr. Shepard, give the information, and then Mr. Shepard and Mrs. Robinson will automatically deploy one of our remote teams. So our entire remote team, when we say we will deploy that entire team, that means our rock restorative members that have been assigned to that school, Pathways to Peace social worker that has been assigned to that zone or school, one of our behavior intervention specialists, and also support staff like social workers and counselors will go to assist. So when we get there to that particular building that is experiencing the crisis, the building administrator will let us know about the crisis, what is needed, how can we support. We will also plan with the building administrator how to utilize our resources. We will debrief at the end of the day and plan for next steps and for even the next day if that's needed. The next slide has just something very important that we are working with our building principals, and that's what we're calling the 5 T's. This is something from the Trauma, Illness, and Grief Consortium that they recommend that is used when you're dealing with a crisis, which is when you implement the 5 T's, you talk about what is the theme of the crisis, target meaning who are the people involved in that crisis that need immediate assistance, type is for what type of intervention the scholars or staff that are involved need, for how long that intervention will be put in place, and which team member will be the one either coordinating or delivering that intervention. Again, we will be debriefing with that building crisis team to help them and help us evaluate the effectiveness of the plan of action that they have determined to be most effective in determining follow-up steps. And we're going to be documenting the incidents, and by documenting, collecting information and data so that we can hone in on our best practices and what else we need to do to support our buildings. The next slide gives you a little bit of a picture of what that building crisis team checklist looks like. So here are some of the things that the building crisis team will have to think about. And again, this is all going to happen very quickly in the middle of a crisis, which is why we have been meeting with our principals in our district crisis team as well, just so that we are ready to go as needed. So here you see that one of the things that they have to think about is what students need immediate support, safety precautions, which staff can assist mediating with specific students, what rooms will be used for mediation. So these are the kind of things that they have to think about when they put this plan in place to ensure that the plan is delivered with fidelity. And our goal truly is to assist so that the instruction can continue in the building and provide the support with that mental health notion of that there is a function to every behavior, and how do we best meet the students' needs by providing that intervention at any given point. So we wanted to share with you what the remote team and or teams are going to be used starting next week when our students are back in session. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from anybody? I'm looking at my participant list. Make sure I.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yep, go ahead, Vice President Elliott.
Yeah, I read the report and I saw in the report where there is some interaction with RPD, and this board, you know, made the decision that it didn't want to have any SROs, and given that, it was my understanding that because we voted against having SROs in the building, that the city was not interested in having any kind of interaction with the police department. So how did that happen? That we have that, according to the report, there's been meetings with the RPD.
I'll start, Melody, if you'd like. So Vice President Elliott, when interim chief came on board, I set up a meeting with her to have conversations, and she was very supportive of our direction and what we've moved forward with. She also was said she wanted to be very collaborative with us and to figure out how to continue to make these shifts now that we don't have SROs. So she is on board where we'll be meeting every quarter to interact with one another and to share. So it was, there were no issues with interim chief of police in our direction in moving forward. Very supportive.
They're just, I want to be clear, they're not coming back in our schools.
No.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
No, we don't have an SRO program anymore.
Right.
We want to use really this approach. We truly believe in this approach of meeting students where they're at. And again, like I said before, I know I sound like a broken record, but it's because I truly believe that every behavior has a function, and we need to find out what it is so that we can meet the students' needs and not be punitive, but use that incident and or that error as a teachable moment, because that is the way that we are going to provide our scholars with the tools that they need to be best prepared. So I know I sound like a broken record, but it's because I truly believe on the power of providing students with meeting their needs. In the long run, they're going to be best prepared when they're adults and they're on their own.
All right, I see Commissioner Adams and then Commissioner LeBron. Commissioner Adams, are you frozen? Yeah, it looks
like he is.
We'll wait for him to come back, but Commissioner LeBron, why don't you go ahead?
Okay, I just wanted to raise some of the things that Commissioner Elliott is raising, because in the second, it's called the RCSD SRO transition plan that was also emailed to 12-page document that was emailed to the board in addition to this presentation. I do share some concerns around the communication with the RPD. I think for me, primarily also very strongly supporting that SROs are not in our building, not just because of their physical presence, but the ability that they had to collect information on our students. And I see that there is a plan here to have some collaboration, but I do think that this plan itself needs time on this agenda, not necessarily tonight, but needs to be addressed. And honestly, I think it's a CIGR conversation where this could land on, and I wish that Mr. Adams, I hope he's not frozen anymore, but you know, one of the things here is like RPD involving them, their response when a call comes from a school, and how we'll work on establishing protocols for the 911 building, calling 911 for them to enter into the buildings. And I just don't know, you know, what the solution would be to that, but I share some concerns that removing SROs is just not going to be enough. I think there has to be a better, more comprehensive plan that's understood on how police officers do enter our school. And I've been on the receiving ends of working in the district and having outside police officers come in and not treat our students appropriately or with respect. And I share that concern tonight as an ongoing concern that this community shares and how they interact with our PD. And I don't want to put our students in positions where they have to be further traumatized by the interactions that are not solved yet with the system that is RPD is embedded in as a unit. So, my request tonight is that the actual communications plan becomes an agenda item on the CIGR for this board to have further discussion and conversation about what we think would be best and feels comfortable for our students. Thank you.
Commissioner Adams is back online. Commissioner Adams, you there? Or are you frozen again? You might be frozen again.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes. I'm still frozen?
No, you're good.
Still frozen?
You're good now.
Oh, yeah. Just even the meeting with them was a concern for me because like right now, this community, it don't have to be a 9-year-old. It could be my 14-year-old, my 15-year-old. I just got arrested for a contact as a result of the police having contact with my daughter about a month ago. I still have a case in court. I go next week. We voted to have them out of here. We could pay the SSOs more money and they'll do a better job. They really are the ones that on the front. So I really just support that we try to support them, maybe get them some more money, get a couple more extra ones. I just don't feel good. And I have to publicly say this. I don't feel good. I'm trying to negotiate with the police right now. It just, without some more discussion. Without more discussion. This is the first I've heard about this. And in there says Rochester Police Department. Just seeing that in there, it was like some kind of, I really would like to have some more in-depth conversation about this on a day when we ain't got all these speakers.
Commissioner Adams, I don't know if you missed this when you had cut out, but there was a proposal by Commissioner LeBron, and I didn't hear any objection to it, to have this further conversation at before your committee. And so long as you have no objection to that, I saw the superintendent nod her head saying, yeah, that was a good idea. Is that right, Leslie?
Yes.
So
okay, absolutely.
Yeah, so it'll give, with your permission, it'll come back to your committee for further conversation about what is detailed, what was detailed a few minutes ago. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, I don't see anybody else raising their hand regarding that presentation. Then that means Commissioner Adams. Thank you, Deputy Superintendent. Commissioner Adams, the gavel is your, well, actually, you're going to give us an update on the legislative agenda.
So, Commissioners, last we adopted updated legislative agenda. The administration is making an urgent request for an additional item. I'm going to turn it over to the super.
Okay for me to go, President White? He's
Yep.
okay. Thank you. So good evening, President White, Vice President Elliott, the rest of our commissioners and our staff and public. As you know, I wasn't trying. Is he?
Go ahead, Dr. Myers-Smalla. We're gonna deal with the lag.
Okay.
Go ahead, Leslie.
Okay. As you've heard, there are concerns about the lack of vaccines or availability of vaccines for those who want to take that. So I am respectfully submitting that we add vaccination to our list of priorities. I spoke before the assembly and Senate last week on lobbying relative to budget, but I was the only Big Five superintendent who also stated the need for support relative to vaccinations. Last week, we sent out emails Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday for the next day to have vaccinations, and those spots quickly were swept up from online support. We sent out another email today to staff, and those slots quickly became unavailable. So again, I'd like to respectfully submit that we add to our priorities of vaccination advocacy and support and the need for it in our school district, should those want it.
Commissioner Adams, you have any response to that?
Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, I 100% support that. And I would actually ask that we ask our other elected officials to join us in that ask.
Yes.
Both on city council and county ledge, and that we as 3 different elected bodies are advocating for access to vaccination.
I see Vice President. I'm sorry, Commissioner Adams. The only reason why I'm calling is we're still in a special meeting.
Because I'm freezing. Go ahead, Vice President Elliott.
So did we vote on the legislative agenda? If we voted on it already, then what I've got to say is mute at this point.
We did.
Yes, and so I'm going to put a motion to accept the updated agenda.
Oh, well then
I'm gonna ask for a motion.
Yeah, let me just say before then though, in terms of the maintenance of effort ask, what we indicate that we want an increase, but we weren't specific about the increase. So they could give us $1 over and that'll be an increase. So do we need to put a dollar amount to that? Oh, Callie has her hand raised.
Yeah, maybe I can address that, Vice President Elliott. The ask for that, and maybe also Rahima can join in on that. But the ask is really to tie it to increases that have taken place as it relates to inflation and to our tax rate. So that is the ask. So we're asking for them to adjust the agreement according to that, and so that will give us an immediate increase.
All right. So can we put that in the document?
It's in there. It's like the preamble, and then we ask for that. But the document that's coming up on the screen. So if you want to scroll up there. Legislation mandating annual increases tied to school tax rate. Increased fiscal independence over money provided from the city.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So do we need the first one, an immediate increase, or that speaks to the time factor?
It speaks to the timing that we would like that to be addressed immediately.
All right, thank you.
So Commissioner Adams, the question becomes one of logistics, and I will just speak to the one that just was raised, the local aid priorities. Have we mapped out, or is your committee going to do that in another session? Have we mapped out how we're going to accomplish these things? Because quite frequently we have legislative agendas, and other than the breakfast or lunch, we don't mechanize them. So for example, local aid and priorities, we want an immediate increase tied to school tax rate, et cetera. Is the mechanics of that happening? Is somebody going to ask me, or am I to be directed as a board president to write a letter to the president of the city council? I mean, how are we going to, what's our strategy for making these things happen? It's one thing to put them on paper. And by the way, this is a good list of priorities, but how are we going to make it happen? Who's going to say to me, Van, okay, this means you got to send a letter to the city council president because we want more money, which by the way, they will say no, of course. If that's what you all tell me to do, I'll do it. But how are we going to make this stuff happen? And you don't have to answer all that right now, but the question is, How are we going to move this stuff from paper to action?
President White.
Yes.
Our committee is meeting right now. We continue to meet continuously. Last week, this week, next week, our committee is continuously meeting, Van.
Okay, but all I'm asking is, for example, this one that was raised. So what you're saying to me is your committee is going to meet and then perhaps give me some direction about how I'm to make this happen. Because I would imagine one step for this would be clearly having whoever your board president is writing a letter to the president of city council or to city council.
President White.
Yes.
We actually have a meeting set up for you and Commissioner LeBron as the chair of the finance committee, the superintendent, and President Loretta Scott from the city council, as well as Malik Evans, who is their chair of the finance committee. And so in setting up the agenda for that conversation, we were going to bring it up then.
So it wasn't part of 3-on-3-on-3. I'm just asking, was this a separate meeting?
It's not part of 3-on-3-on-3, no, because these are specific issues related to the district and the city.
Yes, the 3-on-3-on-3 meetings will resume in February. We're still working out scheduling right now with the different entities, but no, this is not on the agenda for 3-on-3-on-3 because the county would be involved.
Well, that's okay. County can hear this. In other words, it doesn't just have to be a letter from the president or a conversation with a meeting with the chair of finance and the president and Malik. Those are all good strategies too. My only question is, and Mr. Adams, I assume you're going to lead this conversation. You're saying you're having these conversations. That's good, but I just want to know, when will we get some direction as a board on recommendations about how it's going to happen? There apparently is a meeting planned with the chair of finance and Loretta. I do think 3-on-3-on-3 is a good form for this. Just because the county's sitting there doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. But there's a number of good strategies here and the good priorities. And my only question is not to be answered now, and you did answer it in part. You're saying you're meeting pretty regularly. Is how are we going to mechanize this? I have been on this board for many years, and quite often we do issue legislative priorities and we don't act on them. That was my only question. Doesn't need to be answered tonight.
So I have not been on this board for years, but I was on here last year at the legislative agenda, and what we do is we'll be actioning. How we activate them is this year I anticipate a lot more engagement than it was last year. There was a lot of politics in there last year, and there was very little engagement from local officials. And the way to activate it is to present it at the thing. What do you think gonna be doing at the breakfast? Just sitting there on Zoom, just be asking them. That's what I'm gonna be doing. And I put a spot in there for you to also do your advocacy. Since you've been on the board a long time, I put a spot in there for you to have some airtime.
Okay, I'm just wondering about strategy, and I hear the legislative breakfast, and that will be good. I heard that we're going to be meeting with Loretta. That'll be good, but just want to make sure that we flesh this out, and I respect the fact that's going to be done at your committee. So, Commissioner Adams, I did have one other separate comment on data and accountability priorities. But before I do that, I see Commissioner Clark has raised his hand. Commissioner Clark.
Yes, thank you, President White. In reviewing the agenda, I know at the last meeting, we had several discussions, but I wanted to start with the equity priorities and where we say equitable distribution. Should we be asking for a priority distribution of the vaccine, pretty much like what the medical profession did, since our teachers are considered frontline workers and priority? Because, equity, it may come back that there's an equitable distribution now. And what we're really looking for is urgency, so that we can ensure that all of our teaching staff gets vaccinated. And then I wanted to kind of jump back to Vice President Elliott. I know at the last meeting, she brought up the point about the purchasing from prisons. I guess we decided that we were not going to go in that direction, that we were not going to put it as part of the written document relating to what our priorities are.
Well, let me just say, I've had a meeting with Assemblyman Meeks at this point, so I have introduced him to this notion, and I said to him I wanted to work with him more on this issue. And so we've had the initial meeting, and I'll have to follow up in terms of advocacy about that. The other piece that comes to mind about inmates is that if they're going to be making these products, they need to be making at least minimum wage. So I also want to be able to speak with Assemblyman Meeks about that, because they still have families too that they have to take care of. And so I'm also going to be talking to him about that as well. So I've begun a conversation on the state level about this. I just have to follow up and continue the conversation. But on this, with regard to, are you asking about it being a legislative agenda item, Commissioner Clark?
Yes, I was under the impression that it was going to be an agenda item also, because we talked that not only we should push it, but we should also have the other districts sign on and have other governmental bodies sign on as a priority.
Van, or I don't know who's.
Well, yeah, thank you. I know what you're going to ask. Let me just clarify, Commissioner Adams. The only reason why I'm calling out names is we're still in a special meeting, but I don't have any problem you calling out names. It doesn't make any difference. But I didn't want you to think I was intruding upon your person as a chairperson, but we're not in a intergovernmental relations meeting. But if you want to call out names, that's fine with me. I see Commissioner LeBron Powell.
No, it's fine with you calling out the name. I just need you to know that we also have our CIGR committee meeting is Tuesday, next Tuesday. This was just an update to be an update for one additional thing to be added on there. But we can go deep. We can go deep into this because, like I say, I am at some point going to go work from work. So I'll be up all night. I'm good to go. So you go ahead, Van.
Well, Commissioner, that's a great point. And I see there are 3 people in the stack. He asked that this be put on the agenda just to give us an update on the legislative agenda. But as Commissioner Adams just said, we could go deep. I don't know what people are going to say who are on the stack, but maybe that time to go deep is at his next meeting. But if obviously, let's just go through the list and see what people have to say. Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, I just wanted to just remind everyone where we actually left off on the conversation around the purchasing from prisons. So how it was left off, and this is from my own notes because it's on my to-do list, is that I was going to start a letter, but then also work with Kalia to reach out to not only the Big Fives, but other school districts across New York State to alert them and see if they would be willing to sign on to this letter in support of changing this law. I'm glad, Cynthia, you spoke to State Legislator Damon Meeks. I have Harry Bronson on my list, as well as Jen Lunsford, who was elected to state legislation, to start having these conversations with the state legislators. I do think this is an issue that of like an old law that no one has ever really paid attention to, and we just happen to be a district that has it in our policies. I don't think it's actually written as law in other districts' policies, but to alert them, I don't think a lot of people are aware that this even exists. And I don't think it should be that difficult to change it, but I think it would be more impactful if we had the support, certainly of the Big Fives, and again, some of the other districts. So I think that's partly why it was not presented as something that needs to be here, because it was left off that myself and Kalia would work together to reach out to the Big Fives and other school districts. And that's still my understanding of how we were going to move forward with it.
Commissioner Powell, and then Vice President Elliott.
Yeah, Commissioner Clark, if you look at the draft policy 6700, you will see that that item on the itemized list has been removed. That was the origin of that conversation, was in the context of reviewing our purchasing policy 6700. And so that is moving its way forward. I was never clear really whether it was part of our legislative agenda, because the conversation was in the policy committee, not in the context of our legislative agenda. So I'm happy to hear that there's individual initiative going on, but it probably does have to be brought up again in CIGR. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Vice President Elliott?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I'll wait until we can go deep in the CIGR meeting.
Thank you, Vice President Elliott. I also have decided similarly, I had some issues or concerns about, I think it was accountability and data. I think it's called data and accountability priorities, but I too, steal your phrase, Commissioner Adams, I will reserve my opportunity to go deep at your next meeting so we can examine that one as well. But I don't want to forget that our superintendent asked that we amend the priorities to include things about vaccinations. Dr. Myers-Small, is this something that can wait for the next meeting, or is there some, I understand if there was some urgency, did you want to get this on?
Excuse me, President White.
No. We absolutely need to get this out. Go ahead, Rahima.
Oh, I was just going to say that, Commissioner Adams, that time is of the essence because this material needs to go out with the other legislative agenda items. And so we need to have a motion to go ahead and update the agenda with this additional item.
So having brought focus back to this conversation about vaccination, and everybody's going to save their other stuff for later at the intergovernmental relations meeting. Is there any further comment on the desire from our superintendent, the necessary desire, to amend our priorities to include the topic of vaccination? I don't have anything written here. Did I miss something? Was there something in writing, a summary written down somewhere?
It's included in the updated agenda you received under the equity priority. I can bring it back up on the screen if you like.
Yeah, if you could, just so that everybody can take a look at it. I didn't print that up. Thank you.
President White, and I guess that goes back to my first question, and that was, should the language be a little more powerful? Should we indicate it should be priority distribution as it was in the medical profession? Because at this point in time, I feel that we need to, make sure that the legislators know this is an urgent matter.
Yeah, I could see why it would be put under equity priorities, but it does seem to be a little bit lost and it could get lost and seems to lose some of its oomph, if you will. Dr. Myers, do you have any comment about that? Is there some way we can, or Commissioner Adams, because this is your authored document. Does anybody have any suggestions in response to what Commissioner Clark said? Yes, Commissioner Adams? I thought I heard Commissioner Adams say something.
Moving it to the top. I mean, you can move it to the top.
Yep.
Of the sheet. Maybe that'll give it a little more impact, but
that's a good idea.
That's what I was going to ask. If we could just move.
I don't think we're going to play with it.
Commissioner Adams is frozen. I don't think we can say priority because educators are already 1B.
We could just move it. I don't think we're going to play with it when we talk about it. Because I know I'm not going to.
I think Commissioner Adams and I are saying the same thing or something similar.
Am I frozen?
Oh, sorry.
No, I agree. I think by moving it under funding priorities, want to have it as a bullet there, it kind of jumps off the page. So thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so Rahima, or Kaya does anybody have an objection to that editing? I don't see anybody, or I don't hear anybody saying it. So Rahima or Kaya will make that change. I'm looking to see if anybody's raising their hand. No objection to doing that? Commissioner Adams? He looks like he's frozen again.
I think he asked if
we need a motion.
Yes.
Yeah. I was just trying to see if everybody was okay with that.
We need a motion to accept.
Yep, that's where we're going. So there's no additional comments. Can I get a motion? I'll accept that from Commissioner Adams. There's a motion to amend priorities, seconded by Vice President Elliott. Any further questions or comments regarding that motion to amend the priorities? Commissioner Powell, is that you raising your hand or no? Nope, you just had your hand in front of the camera. All right, so all those in favor of amending the legislative priorities as drafted by our Intergovernmental Relations Committee, as described a few moments ago, indicate by saying aye, and make sure your camera is on. Aye.
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 I heard 3, but Commissioner Adams is frozen. Commissioner LeBron, did you vote?
Yes, I voted first, aye.
Okay, and Commissioner Malloy, did you vote yes?
Yes, I voted second.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're all set with that. Thank you, Commissioner Adams, and we look forward to going deep I think you said next week. Okay, next item on the agenda is, let's see, we have to review some, do a second review or reading of a number of policy amendments. I'm not going to go into any great detail unless someone has some questions. We've got the voter registration. This is a second reading. We'll vote on these at our next board meeting, but there's the voter registration for students, policy 5605 and 5605R. There's the new budget transfer policy, that's policy 6150. There's a purchasing policy, which is policy 6700. The budget policy, which is 6110. And the fund balance policy, which is 6500. Again, this is the required protocols for us to go through these particular policies. We will vote on them at our next business meeting. Any questions or comments or concerns after the reading, Commissioner Powell?
Yeah, on the first one, voter registration for students policy, I want to thank the superintendent for supplying regulations, but I still have some lingering concerns. The regulations indicate that we will deliver a mini course of instruction during 11th grade global studies, but here, and that's fine ongoing, but in the first year, when we have kids who have already finished global, and they're seniors, but they're not 18 yet, can't we have also a mini course also in PIG, participation in government, for at least for that first year, or this first year of implementation, to make sure that our seniors have first exposure. It probably wouldn't be necessary after that, because everybody goes through 11th grade, but that's my only concern. And again, I thank you for having the regulations on hand for when we do implement this policy for the first time. I really look forward to that.
Any response to Superintendent Myers-Small?
I think if you're on, maybe we can look at just saying once that first go around as Commissioner Powell, that it would just need to be appropriately handled in the senior year social studies.
Would you like me to build it into the reg itself, or we want to make it a directive just to the social studies department for this year? Either way, the lingering, I mean, the fact that the reg will survive for many years.
Right.
It can go either way. We could write it in that, just for the 21-2 school year, we can say that it'll be provided in PIG for and then into 11th grade, or you can just make that a directive and we leave the reg as it stands. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'm fine either way. I don't know what's the will. I mean, it's the reg.
All right. Guide and doc, we'll come up with an answer.
Right.
We wouldn't sign this until the policy's been passed anyway, so we have
Right.
a few weeks to figure it out. But all right, we'll talk offline.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Commissioner Powell, for asking the question. Are there any other questions or comments regarding those policy amendments that will be up for a board vote at our next meeting? It doesn't appear that there are any. Let me just double check. Nope. All right. So thank you very much. And I look forward to talking about those items with you all next week. Next, resolutions for consideration. Yes, we do have resolutions that have to be discussed today. They're resolutions 651 and 652. Isn't that right, Madam Clerk?
That is correct.
All right, let's just take them one at a time. It should go pretty quick. I would remind you all that we are already a half an hour behind schedule. Commissioner Powell was to complete her agenda as chair of policy committee by 7:30. It is now 8 o'clock. But let's do these resolutions so that we can at least give the gavel to her half an hour behind schedule. I need a motion to discuss resolution 651. Is there a motion?
So
I think I heard Commissioner Powell. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. I heard somebody. I'll go with Commissioner LeBron. I think I saw her say that. Any questions or comments regarding resolution 651? Let me just double check. I don't see any hands being raised, so let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of resolution 651 indicate by saying aye. Make sure you say aye. It seems, Madam Clerk, the ayes have it. Is that right?
Got a no.
Okay, thank you very much, Vice President Elliott. I assume that no's from you?
Yeah, that's for the additional pay resolution, correct?
Yeah, for sports.
Sports.
No.
Yes. And it does appear that Commissioner Adams has left the meeting. It looks like he lost. So I will document him as absent.
But it sounds to me like we have 4. Is that right?
That's correct. You did. You're able to move forward. Yes.
Yep. Okay. All right. The Vice President Elliott, I think they provide the clarification for you. You all set on that vote? 651.
It's still no.
Okay. All right. All right. I need a motion to discuss resolution 652.
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Any questions or comments regarding resolution 652? Looking at my participant screen. No questions or comments. Let me just double check because it's, nope. I don't see anybody raising their hand. All right, so let's go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of resolution 652 indicate by saying aye and turning on your screen. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Seems that the ayes have it. So that resolution passes, Superintendent Myers-Small. All right, I apologize, Commissioner Powell. You got the gavel a half an hour and some change late, but I know you're the best to catch up. Thank you. The gavel is yours.
Okay, yeah, we won't always be able to move this swiftly, but this time we should be able to. First order of business is somebody's open mic. Okay. First order of business is accepting the minutes from January 5, which was the special meeting policy and governance meeting.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 My camera on.
Okay. And it sounds like the ayes have it. Yes, Madam Clerk?
I'm good, Commissioner Powell.
Okay. Yep. Okay. We have, first, I'm going to ask a few questions to get guidance on developing our actual policy process. Then I'm going to turn the floor over to Steve to talk about our grants policy. And then I'm going to turn the floor over to Rahima to give you an update on the subcommittee work. Okay, so the reason I'm asking for guidance on the policy process is we have 3 different policies on policy adoption. And I'd like to combine them, but I'd like to sort of test the will of the board first. Is there consensus to combine the various policy adoption and review policies into a single document? I'll make that a straw poll if everyone could answer yes or no. All in favor?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Powell, could you just clarify what you mean by that? I might be the only.
We have a policy 2410, 2450, and 2460, all pertaining to policy of review or adoption. I'd like to combine them into a single one, and I can work the language. I just want to make sure that the board is okay with me going in that direction.
Thank you for that clarification.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, and all right, good. The next, thank you, Mr. Commissioner Adams. I did see your head moving.
Oh, okay.
Also, the 2410 has a regulation attached, but the curious thing about regulations is that they typically govern, they're promulgated by the superintendent, and that's how she governs and actually implements our policy. The points in this regulation actually pertain to the board, so they rightly belong in the policy. I just want your go ahead to incorporate that regulation language into that policy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. And let's see, there was a third, the third concept I wanted to bring in is of late, and I'm not sure how this evolution happened, but we've been using the language of first, second, and third readings. That's not currently part of our policy adoption structure, but it should be if that's what people's default is. So I just want to make sure that everybody's comfortable with me reworking that language to transform our information item, discussion item, action item into first, second, and third readings. All in favor?
Aye.
No objections? Okay. Well, then I have my marching orders. I will start work on that. I apologize. There's one other item on the agenda, and that is the state monitor. Oh no, that is next. Steve, if you would like to talk about the grants award policy. Are you on?
Sure. Yes. One of the recommendations that was adopted by the board that comes from the state monitor's plan is that we should have a more open reporting of grant awards to the board. Specifically, I think it says in order to ensure better fiscal oversight, the board and the bullet points that are listed in this proposed policy that we drafted are right out of the plan. I worked with the grants administration team as well as with the superintendent and decided that a quarterly reporting commencing on April 1 of all newly awarded grants, which will come in a format much like you all are used to seeing of the contracts under $35,000. It'll be something like that. It'll state in probably an Excel format addressing each of the documents on there. So that's what we came up with. I think it satisfies, given that it comes right out of the monitor plan, all the elements that we need. The only discretionary thing we need to do is decide on a quarterly or on a reporting basis, because that wasn't included in, after talking to Carrie Pecor, the executive director in grants, and then running it by the superintendent, we think quarterly is probably appropriate. So
Okay.
Open the floor.
Are there any questions on the intention of this policy?
Commissioner Brown has her hand raised.
Yep.
I'm sorry, who does?
Me, Commissioner LeBron.
By all means, Commissioner.
Yeah, I just, I 100% support this, and I recognize that it's going to be quarterly, like we get the ones for $35,000 and under for contracts and consultants. However, I do want to figure out whether that's through policy or the board's direction that we actually set time on someone's agenda. I don't know where this would fall under, to have the discussion around not just the report, but the impact of it. So the outcomes piece, I think we need to, if they're coming in quarterly, maybe once a year, figure out a day where we're looking at all outcomes from all grants and what the impact was in the district or wasn't. And for me, I see it as it could fall under finance, but it can also fall under ESA, to have those conversations. But I just want to make sure we carve the appropriate amount of time to, as a full board, read it, review it, understand the impact and what next steps are.
Let me ask a question for understanding. Would it be helpful to you if in an additional paragraph in this policy called for annual or semi-annual review by the board of the grant, the effectiveness of our grants process?
Yes.
Steve, do you think you can craft some language around that? Well, let me ask.
I think I could probably handle that.
I'm sorry, I jumped the gun. Let me ask my colleagues, is there consensus around that idea? I apologize, Steve, for putting you on the spot. And I can't see everybody. Oh, there we go. Is there consensus that an active discussion about our grants process would be useful? We don't need to be so specific as to say whether that is a conversation in ESA or in finance, just so long as we are specific about actually discussing the grants.
That's fine.
Any thoughts on that? I don't see any hands.
That makes sense to me. I don't, yeah.
Okay. All right, well, we'll take that back and work it just a little bit more and present it to you again next month. Rahima, you said there's a NSBA policy on Title I. We'll assign a policy number in the general vicinity of the Title I policy?
So NSBA did provide a recommendation, and they also gave us a sample of the Title I policy, which I forwarded to Steve, and I'll let him chime in on it, but ultimately decided that that was not the way to go. And they did give us, later this afternoon, they gave us a policy number of 6256, so that will be updated for this grants policy.
That's what I was looking for, that second piece. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, just real brief, Commissioner. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, please. Are you looking for?
I was going to say no, the reason we weren't going to use the other one, they tied the Title I policy to our 1800 series, and it makes a lot more sense to have this in the finance side than where they wanted us to put it.
Okay, that's
so that's why we're going with the 6256.
No problem. Okay. All right, if there are no further questions about the grants award policy, the next one is just a conversation of our ongoing policy review. The subcommittee work is definitely beginning to flow, but the work that, and I think Cynthia was present, so she can speak for that, to that. But once the subcommittee did its work, the recommendations are advanced to the superintendent's cabinet. So we still don't have anything specific to put in front of the board this meeting. But it shouldn't take much longer for us to start seeing work product out of those subcommittees as they funnel through. Both in this case, because it's special ed, it's going both to the cabinet and to CPAC for comment and feedback. And so we'll give you an update on that. Actually, this is Rahima. This is your speaking part. Sorry.
You're fine, Commissioner Powell. I think you covered everything this afternoon. The request did go out, yes, both to cabinet and to CPAC with the policies that were reviewed and asking for input, and they'll have 30 days to respond to that and provide us with any recommendations for consideration.
Okay. And do you want to speak to the standing items? The NISBA update?
Yep, so that was the policy manual review update, and then there are no NISBA policy updates at this time.
Okay. Mr. President, I think that completes the work of the policy committee. Would you like me to turn the floor over to governance?
That would be the most efficient thing to do. So just hand that gavel over to Commissioner Malloy.
Very good, thank you. Did I help us catch up on time?
Well, we're sitting in a better place. It's now 8:13. Commissioner Malloy has 17 minutes to complete her agenda. I'm just joking.
Yeah, because we need to talk about the time thing or not put any times on the agenda. One or the other.
Normally the times work, but when you have 30 something speakers, it sort of throws things out of whack. But we're doing good. Go ahead, Commissioner Malloy.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Powell and President White. Good evening, everyone. Good evening to Dr. Myers-Small, Dr. Jallow, our executive cabinet members, my fellow board members, and those of you from the community listening in. Special thank you to all the students who spoke tonight and the families and community members. Board governance deals directly with our board oversight, or simply put, how we conduct ourselves and monitor our conduct as board members and interact with one another in order to determine our collective board developmental needs. And we also are in charge of coordinating training to enhance our ability to perform our roles as commissioners. Governance also is in charge of maintaining an effective working relationship with our superintendent, as well as facilitating the orientation of our new members to the board. And in addition to welcoming new board members, we're also tasked with annually updating the superintendent and their evaluation tool. Supervising and evaluating board staff, and working with board members to modify as necessary the board's staff evaluation tool. And finally, the governance committee organizes board retreats for ongoing professional development, and we will continue to take input and recommendations from our state monitor, Dr. Shelley Jallow, to develop adequate governance policy. We've actually, in the last couple of months, made tremendous strides and progress in terms of addressing the state monitor's action items and actions, such as the rollout of the board goals to our website, to our schools, and circulating all of these on the district's live streams. So that's a big plus that we've been able to accomplish. I would like to begin tonight's governance agenda. Well, actually, did we already approve the minutes? Commissioner Powell, you already did that? Oh, that saves me something, so we don't need to do that. Thank you. So our first item on the agenda is just a reminder to board members about our board and superintendent's 2021 mid-year evaluations, which were originally supposed to be conducted during executive session this evening. Last week, Board Clerk Wade wrote to remind you of the upcoming 2021 mid-year self-evaluation for ourselves and Superintendent Myers-Small. These evaluations are an important part of the board's work. These mid-year evaluations are usually facilitated informally by way of roundtable discussions during our executive session. And the dates for the evaluation were originally slated for tonight during executive session for the board's mid-year self-evaluation, but due to time constraints tonight, I'd like to ask my board peers to perhaps postpone this self-evaluation to the 9th, to February 9th during our executive session, when we're going to be conducting the superintendent's mid-year evaluation. Is anyone opposed to perhaps postponing that to the 9th, given the number of speakers that we have this evening, or would you prefer to do this evening in executive session? Any preferences? Is anyone opposed to moving this to the 9th? Again, I've seen some shaking heads.
No.
Like my Zoom class at school. Feedback, okay. All right, so I guess we'll just do that. We'll move this to the 9th then. All right, so just a reminder about the mid-year evaluations, just in preparation for these discussions. Ms. Wade recirculated the board's goals and metrics, which we adopted back in October, as well as Superintendent Myers-Small's goals and metrics, which we adopted in November. And she had requested that you review these documents in detail and then come prepared with questions to facilitate a productive discussion during future executive sessions. So that'll take place next week. So I guess we're good to go. Kalia, is there anything else we need to add regarding the?
No, that was great. I do see Dr. Myers-Smalls has her hand up, but apart from everything in that email, we will be doing that in executive session. Just a reminder that these are informal evaluations as we have done in past practice and contractually requested. So they are informal roundtable discussions, as Commissioner Mulloway said, but in order to facilitate that, we do ask that you come prepared with questions related to the goals. And I circulated that last week, but I can circulate again ahead of the meeting.
Thank you. Superintendent Myers-Small.
Thanks, Commissioner Mulloway. Good evening. Just so the public knows, I will be updating the board on my progress towards my goals, right? So submitting evidence relative to that progress at the halfway point. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Thank you. Thank you for that. All right, our next item on the agenda is regarding Resolution 20056 regarding Board of Education compensation. If you recall from our December 2020 meeting, I asked us to consider either reducing or limiting our board salaries to reflect the expected district-wide cuts. I've asked Acting General Counsel Steve Carling to perhaps present us details surrounding some of our options regarding this issue, and I'm hoping that this will help us facilitate a discussion surrounding the topic. I do have a question for General Counsel. Do we have an existing resolution for this in front of us already?
No,
okay.
Not that I'm aware of. I think we were going to have a discussion that would inform. Otherwise, it would kind of just be me guessing what you guys want to do. So I'm happy to put something on paper once we have. If you recall, I provided a document that was circulated to the board called Major Points of Consideration for a Resolution to Reduce Pay. And it has 5 topic areas with some sub questions in it that will help to walk everyone through. You know, the first really most important question is the will of the board to bind everyone to the decision, or is this going to be a self-election? If it's not binding everybody, and some people may want to elect to return part of their salary and some don't, then we just stop. We don't need a resolution. If everyone is in a position where they think, or if the majority wants to be bound, then we're going to need an action to do something about the old resolution. And there's really 3 options with respect to that. You can suspend it for a period of time. You can revoke it in its entirety, thereby basically setting no salary, or you can modify it somehow. If you suspend it or you modify it, then you have to decide for how long. So if you suspend it, for example, and you just say, we're not going to take any pay for a year or 2 years, or until further revoked, or if you're going to modify it, you can put, you say, well, it'll be reduced by some number. Again, what's the time on that, or until further action's taken. And then really, how do you want to set your compensation? Currently, your compensation is set as a benchmark of 75% against the city council. And the city council sets its own salary. So if they go up, you go up. You can decide to set a new percentage benchmark. You can say, we want to be at 50%, 70%, whatever number you feel is appropriate. Or you don't have to benchmark against city council at all. That's not in the law. You could just decide on a specific dollar amount. You could say that the board's compensation is, X dollars. And you could set an increase with that. You could set it's X dollars and shall be reviewed annually. You can do any number of things like that. And then fifth was a question from Commissioner Clark. Can a commissioner direct part of their salary to the district or a particular use? There will be some tax consequences to that, but you do have the legal right to direct some of your salary be returned, and even it would basically be considered like a gift back to the district. So those are really 1 through 4 are questions that go around the development of a resolution and a possible new policy. And 5 was more a general question. We can talk about that a little bit more. Although with respect to tax consequences, I can't provide you any personal legal advice in that matter. You'd have to talk to your accountant or tax professional.
Thank you, Mr. Carling. I guess our next steps then, I would like to open the floor to discussion on this matter. As one of the highest paid boards in the nation, I know there's been a lot of talk around us perhaps reducing our salaries. And although that's something that I'm certainly interested in doing, I think it would be a great gesture as a board if we could do something along those lines. But this is why we're having the discussion, to see what people are comfortable with. So I'd like to open the floor to discussion. Are there people who'd like to comment? Are there preferences? I'm not seeing any hands. Silence.
Well, Commissioner Malloy, I'm looking for the thing where I raise my hand.
Oh, gotcha.
There it is. So
okay. Looks like Commissioner Clark actually raised his hand first.
Okay.
Go ahead, Commissioner Clark.
Yes, President White, I beat you to the button. I found it first. I had a couple of questions. One was related to the resolution 2005-06420. When I read this, I thought that this was a resolution. So my question to Steve was going to be, if we're tied to city council as far as a percentage, do we have to revoke this? But you kind of answered that question for me. But as an individual that will only be here for a year, I fully support reducing my salary. I have no problem with that. But when it comes to other commissioners, I really would like to know how they feel, because I would hate to put on a restriction that's going to be impacting them for years to come.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. President White?
Yeah, I'm sort of in the same position as Commissioner Clark. This is my last year that I will be serving on the board. I think I'd feel kind of awkward saying to people what they should do, because people could look at me kind of side-eyed. Well, yeah, that don't affect you because you're going to be leaving. So I do have an opinion on it, but I just want folks to know I think it would be inappropriate and might exert undue, I know you all are very strong-willed individuals, undue pressure on you all, because it would be easy for me to say, and by the way, I'm not inclined to speak on it because of my situation. But anybody who knows me, I've always believed that this board works harder than forget other boards. I can't compare to other boards, but I can tell you this: locally, this is my opinion. There's no entity or public officials that work harder and have a more difficult challenge than members of the Rochester City School District Board of Education. It is a very difficult job. As tonight will show, it's a very time-consuming job. And by most standards, citizens, it is probably the most important job in the community, because most people, you can't say nothing about their kids. They're the most important resource to people. So it's, not having your trash picked up is important. Potholes are important. But you ask most people, their most important thing in their lives are their children. So when you screw up or when you do well, it means a lot. And so there's a lot of pressure, a lot of work. And I don't think we should shortchange ourselves by saying, and by the way, if we compared ourselves to city council, they not only make more than we do, but each of them have an aide. And I know they don't meet half as much as we do. So, but anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, President White. Vice President Elliott, I see your hand.
I really don't want the media or anybody out in the community determining what the narrative should be. Nobody is asking city council to reduce their money, their salary. Nobody is asking the county legislature. No one's asking the state legislature to reduce their salary. Now, the salary is not an issue to me at all. If I didn't get anything, I would be serving. The issue is that are we allowing somebody else to tell us how, how we need to, what our salary should be? And I know that there's some conversation about we're in this budget crisis, and it would look good, so to speak, if we reduce our salary. All I'm saying is, and there is a place for that. But all I'm saying is that don't allow, for me at least, I'm not allowing the media, I'm not allowing the unions to determine for me what my salary should be. And I don't think that anybody else should do that either, because to the president's point, this little $27,000 for all this work we do, that's like, less than minimum wage, about $7 an hour. So, we put in a lot of time. This night demonstrates the fact that we're putting in a lot of time. If we did this by the hour, we probably get $2.20 an hour. The argument is, well, we make more than other school boards, particularly in I believe in the Big Five. But the fact of the matter is that this board determines, what we should make, and we should not feel pressured, other than the fact that the board is interested in, reducing salaries because other people, because of our budget deficit. But we're not asking, the district staff to reduce their salaries either. So I just want to, put that in perspective, and when we make this decision. I don't feel pressured by, what we get, because I know the amount of time and the work we put in this. So, and then when you look at what even the members of the union make in their salaries, they're not reducing their salaries. None of the union leaders are reducing what they make from the unions. So I would not want to support that, quite frankly. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I see other hands. I think Commissioner Powell was next.
Thank you. I'd like to briefly expand on what Commissioner Elliott just said, respective to county commissioners, city council members, state legislators. No one's asking them to make salary reductions to help balance their budgets. To that point, most of the town councils and village trustees across the state do it for as a volunteer basis. I think that if any reporter is out there would ask the question, what do other city councilmen make in other cities? I think you'll find that the problem we're facing here with us being out of line with our suburban and rural peers is equally true of city council. And I've said this before, I'll say it one more time. Because our salary is tied to city council, they could vote tomorrow to eliminate their own salary. And ours, by virtue of that resolution that was just shown, would immediately drop to zero, because 75% of zero is zero. So, anyone in our community that thinks that we're getting paid too much ought to be saying the same thing about city council, and should be lobbying city council to change their own compensation.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Commissioner Adams.
I'm the one that really doesn't. People might think I'm rich the way I donate so much money. So the money is not the issue, but it's the talking point nonsense that bothers me. Because by us being the highest school board member, when you Google highest school paid school teachers in the country, where you find it right here, New York. And I'm not asking them to take no cut because they're not even going to consider it. Don't come at me with the talking points. That's my concern. I don't care nothing. I've been doing volunteer work my whole life, basically. So I don't even have an issue with that. But like Vice President Elliott, you ain't gonna bamboozle me into that. And this ain't even no salary. It's a stipend for all the time I put in this job. It's really, and this tonight is a pure example of that. We talked about it before, and I was kind of going along with it, but I really didn't appreciate you throwing in the talking point about because we never talk about the highest paid school teachers in the country. Google it. Just Google it right now. So that's the talking point I don't go to. So please don't come to the talking point, because this ain't a salary, it's a stipend for all the time that I put in. And I'm another one, don't intend to be here. I don't intend to be, I ain't ambitious. I don't intend to run again. But I ain't gonna be influenced like that. I'm done.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Any other hands? All right, well, it's clear the direction where the board wants to go with this, and so we can remove that from the table. It sounds like no one's going to support it. Moving on, I guess that is the final item on our agenda this evening. So
we do have the board expenses.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry about that. Let me move on. Here we go. I missed that. All right. So yes, our final topic on the agenda is our board expense report. And here to present her summary is Board Clerk Callaway.
Okay. Hi, Commissioners. Over the weekend, I was able to share with you the board's departmental budget that we have sent over to the budget department. The administration has asked for us to do that 4% cut to the budget, and I was able to do that, looking at some reallocation of funds and cutting funds where the board could see cuts. For example, usually around this time, the board is attending conferences and doing a lot of professional development with other boards and with other affiliated organizations. At this time, given the pandemic, there is no travel right now, and there probably will not be any travel for quite some time. Instead, the board is doing some interactions with those conferences, but they're doing that virtually. So I've been able to reduce the travel funding and allocate different funding for PD sessions and conference attending. The dollar value associated with those conferences, of course, is now reduced because of there's no more travel funding assigned to that. So I did want to bring that up for your review to find out if there were any additional points on that. The second thing that I did want to talk about is our memberships with affiliated organizations. At this time, the board is a member of the Monroe County School Board Association, the New York School Boards Association, the National School Board Association. I just wanted to put it in front of the board to find out if you are still intending on continuing on with these memberships. Some of them are mandated. We do have to be a part of the National School Board Association. And so that is really off the table, but just in line with our spending, I did want to put that in front of you. And then the final thing, as it has to do with expenses, has to do with the upcoming charge regarding board docs. As you know, we have been talking about the upgrade to our board docs subscription because of the fact that we are moving towards a more electronic and a virtual commencement of our meetings. We want to make them more efficient. Additionally, it was in the state monitor's plan that we do make that switch, and we are on schedule to make that change with the new school year. We do intend to launch the use of board docs entirely and not in the way that we are currently using it right now. But that does come with some additional costs. Currently, we have a subscription with board docs to use their pro version. The pro version is pretty basic. I'm able to use it to upload our documents, make them available to the public, and organize a library of such. But there are additional mechanisms that that I would like to utilize, like the voting, like the taking of minutes, like the streamlining of different items, additionally uploading or resolutions through that process and making sure that it is utilized to the full extent. We will be moving to the Pro Plus, but that comes at an additional cost of approximately $8,500. In the proposed budget that I sent to you, I was able to factor that in with the 4% reduction to the board's budget. And so I wanted to put that conversation on the table for the board to provide comment or if I can need to make any changes.
Thank you, Kalia. I see hands. Vice President Elliott.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Callie, a couple of things. One is that since we are not traveling and doing these sessions online, I just registered for the National School Board Association's virtual conference. What's the limit on that? Because there are probably a couple more that
Yes.
I'd be interested in. So is there a limit on even the online conferences?
Yes, so there is always a limit. We always have, the board is always budgeted a limit for travel expenses and for conferences and PD and things like that. What I have done is I have extended the budget line to allow for more local attending of those conferences, if you so choose. But the travel budget was reduced. It almost is a benefit to us that we are not able to travel because it has allowed us to reduce our budget in a way that we probably would not have thought to do previously. Now that we're not traveling, those funds are no longer being utilized for those things.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the online. So if there are two more conferences that I want to attend prior to this budget year,
yes,
prior to the next, are we allowed?
So this budget year is not impacted. I'm just talking about for the
Next budget. Okay.
The upcoming one. And I did see that you had registered for these conferences, and those are in processing, and we have no problem with that. The current budget that's in place right now is what the board had reviewed last year, and so right now we are probably going to be returning quite a bit of the board's funds when there is the budget sweep. Because the board has not utilized a majority of those funds for the current year. But I'm talking about the 21-22 school year.
So another question I have is about the transcription services.
Yes.
Is that being included in the next budget?
Well, I have factored in some contingency funds as it relates to, so there are a couple of changes that I'm making this year with our electronics. I'm trying to make sure that the dais is ready for on-site return of the board upon, when that's decided, and that decision is probably coming sooner rather than later. I want to make sure that the board is ready to return in a hybrid fashion. Right now, as it is set up, we don't have an ability to really have efficient board meetings. And I do see Mike is on screen. I've been working with his team with communications and with IM&T to make sure that those changes have taken place. As it relates to transcription, I'm still working with the district clerks across the state to find out how best we can fulfill that mandate, that unfunded mandate. As it is right now, we are making sure that all of our board meetings are posted as soon as the meeting is over on our websites and on YouTube, where it is closed captioning. You can click and see the words of, that we're speaking. I utilize that for my minutes. So members of the public, if you are interested in getting access to that, you can do so by visiting our YouTube account. But as it relates to doing that transcription word for word, we are currently still exploring options for funding for that. If I were to put aside money for the transcription of all of our board meetings, we would go broke. I don't think.
That's supposed to be a mandate, so.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out a better way. I'm wondering if I can pull the closed captioning. We're all looking for different options, whether that might be also to petition to the state, to find out if we can do that in another fashion. But no, the simple answer to your question is no, I haven't put aside any money for transcription traditionally as it would, because that would be an exorbitant cost that we could not absorb.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wade. Thank you, Vice President Elliott. I see another hand, Commissioner LeBron.
Yeah, I just want to say I read Kalia's budget and the cut, and I want to share on record that I shared some concerns with her, but also asked the administration at this time to chime in, whether you put this in writing and email it to the board. So when I first received the email, it said that it was going to be a 4% reduction. And I looked over the proposals by Kalia. I did reply back to her that I fully support the cuts that she's proposing in the areas that she's proposing, but I had some concerns about what that 4% really meant. And so only seeing a little over $7,000 in cuts, I know our total budget is more than $1 million. And so that didn't equate to 4%. So in a rough calculation, I was looking for a number in the $48,000 range. But then I realized that administration gave the directive of 4%. And from the administration side, I would like to know if we're asking not just ourselves, but other departments, are we giving them a figure number of what 4% looks like so that they have real clear direction on what that amount looks like, and just get clarification on what is needed from the board in terms of the 4%. Is it 7,000 or is it more than 48,000? I would like to see that clarity from administration, because I want to make sure we're doing what we need to do to make that cut and meet that 4% and not start at 7% and then figure out along the budget process. I just want to put that out there.
Part of it, I know that when I met with the budgeting team, this is just as it relates to our operational budget. It doesn't take into consideration FTE. When I spoke with them, I did hear that they would be circling back around as it has to do with staffing and other potential cuts in that sense. But I'm going to turn it over to Carlene if she has any additional input, because this was information that was provided to department heads.
Yeah, and I just want to add, Carlene, before you start, that Kalia also responded with that, but my response back to her is that we often have these conversations as if we're just talking about Kalia and her team, and we have other individuals and departments under our total Board of Education budget item line, and so I just want clarification around that.
I certainly can give that to you, Commissioner LeBron, and I'd be happy to do so. I will pull the templates for the Board of Education in total, and I'll circle back with you through the board log.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner LeBron. Thank you, Ms. Pierce. So I think that ends our governance meeting. Our next meeting is going to be March 2nd, 2021. So I'm not sure, do we need to motion to go into executive session, or are we going back to speakers?
No executive session tonight.
Okay.
We are going to go back.
I'll pass the gavel back to you, President White.
Thank you. Actually, Commissioner Malloy, you did pretty good. When you were first trying to adjourn your meeting, it was like 8:40. So you got us back on track by about just short of 10 minutes. So good job. Good job to staff as well to support you in that effort. What I'm going to suggest is that people take a, even though I said people could take a break whenever they needed to, we're going to take unless there's no an objection, unless there's objection, we're going to take a 5-minute break, let everybody stretch, do what they need to do, and then we'll begin tackling our last major portion of our agenda, which is the balance of speakers. Is there any objection to that? Okay, let's give ourselves 5 minutes. Thanks. I'm ready, Tom.
You're back.
All right. Good evening, everybody. As I indicated, on behalf of the Board of Education, we've decided to take and listen to whoever is willing and has the time and wants to utilize this very important and precious, sacred First Amendment opportunity. We're going to do that, and our clerk is going to lead us through the calling of names. Clerk Wade, why don't you get started?
Certainly. Welcome back, everyone. We are going to take the balance of the names as we see fit. There have been a few persons who have contacted us to let us know they won't be able to join us for the remainder of this evening, and so have submitted written comments. So I do encourage the public, if you're interested in looking at those, will be posted to the website. I'm welcoming with us, before I get to the staff portion, Mr. Gustafson. I think your audio works now.
Hello.
Yes, wonderful. Thank you for joining us. So when you're ready, you have 2 minutes.
I think we'll take that as an example of why in-person learning can be so difficult. Actually, yeah. So I'm a parent of 3 children in 2nd, 3rd, and 5th grade. And I was speaking with them while putting them to bed and asked them tonight, what would they like the board to hear? And they said to me that the challenges they face in in-person, in remote learning are really frustrating. They see their classmates are unable to participate. They miss their classmates. They have a really hard time engaging with people on the Zoom, and they continue to have technical difficulties despite multiple efforts of being able to resolve those over the last several months. Some of my comments I wanted to provide the board. I'm in full support of the district's plan to implement phase 2 of the reopening. Last summer, when other districts in the county made the decision to move to hybrid or to full reopening plans, our district made the decision to be full remote until later this fall. And I think there was wisdom in that decision. It gave us time to evaluate the impacts of remote learning to education. It gave us time to evaluate proper procedures, to learn from other districts. It gave our teachers time to develop educational approaches to online and future hybrid learning. We've been able to provide teachers with 20% of their time to professional development on Wednesdays. I think there was great wisdom in that decision. In November, December, we unveiled the phasing plan, and phase 1 has largely been successful, and they will evolve. I run my own business, and our plans regarding to COVID are always revolving. Now is the time, however, to continue to move forward. We need to continue to give students and parents a choice. We need to continue to move forward and learn from other districts' experiences, continue to move forward in collaborating with healthcare professionals, move forward in getting feedback from parents, move forward in taking steps toward full in-person learning. If the teachers represented by RTA continue to make unreasonable requests and are unwilling to move forward, then my question for the board is, do we need to find different teachers who are capable of instructing our children? Especially since there are hundreds of teachers that we were forced to let go during the last budget cuts. And there seem to be thousands of teachers in our region currently able to provide in-person instruction to their children.
Mr. Gustafson? Thank you very much, sir. Your 2 minutes are up, but we appreciate your comments. And if you have additional, please be sure to send them to us, and you know how to reach us. I'm going to move on to our first staff member speaker of the evening, and that is Sheila. Is it Egan?
Yes.
I hope I have that correct. Welcome. And when you're ready, you have 2 minutes, Ms. Egan.
Great, thank you. My name is Sheila Egan, and I'm an ENL teacher at school number 50. Just like all of you, the teachers who have been waiting to speak also have other obligations and have waited patiently for this moment. So I really hope our comments are going to be taken seriously. I want to start by saying that I appreciate parents and students who want to be back in person. Teachers want that too, but we also know this is not safe. So let me give you one example why I believe that. In addition to my teaching, a big part of my job the last year has been making home deliveries, school supplies and work, of course, but also prizes for my kids who are working hard, warm clothes and blankets, and food. A couple of months ago, new protocols were introduced requiring me to contact my principal before making a visit to confirm no one in the home had COVID. On January 13th, I asked to visit a home. When I called to tell the family I was on my way, I was told that they had COVID. I didn't go. My principal received official notification January 19th, almost a full week later. I was horrified, but I figured this was just a one-off mistake. So imagine my surprise when I requested approval to visit a different student on January 27th. I was cleared to go, so I put on a mask, knocked on the door, set the bag of food and a prize for a lucky student on the porch, and stepped back. Dad answered the door masked and told me he had COVID. My principal received that official notification January 28th, which leads me to wonder how many other times this happened and I just didn't know. If we had been open, those students would have been in-person learning. So how are we ensuring that students and staff who have COVID in their homes are not attending? And now we're discontinuing testing at a time when testing would improve confidence in a safe reopening. So there's no testing taking place. So how are we sure that asymptomatic students and staff are not in our buildings spreading the virus? As a teacher, if a student told me they felt unsafe, I couldn't just be like, you're fine, get back to work. I would have to stop, listen, and address their concerns. I'm not sure why our district can't offer the same to their staff. At a previous meeting, one of our board members laughed about how we're not ready to reopen in a normal year. So when you wonder why staff members are scared and mistrustful, I hope you take time to reflect on that flip statement and all of the questions that my colleagues and I are asking. All we want is answers to questions and concerns. Ignoring them doesn't make them go away. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Egan. I appreciate your comment tonight, and I'm sure the board does as well. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to the next speaker. Thank you. Have a good night. The next speaker is Claire Labrosa. Ms. Labrosa, welcome. And when you're ready, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. My name is Claire Labrosa. I'm a graduate of the RCSD. I'm a teacher in the district. I'm a resident of the city of Rochester, and I'm a parent to 3 kids, ages 2, 7, and 9. I'm here to speak in defense of safety and equity on behalf of all members of the RCSD community who work and learn inside a physical classroom. My conditions are my students' learning conditions. They cannot be separated. Every time I speak out, it's because I will not settle for cut corners when it comes to my students or my coworkers. Last time I spoke at a meeting here, I brought up the unsafe ventilation systems in my 100-year-old building, and within 24 hours, a standing air purifier was delivered to one of my classrooms. This particular classroom has 7 in-person students with physical and intellectual disabilities. Research shows that people with intellectual and developmental disabilities are more likely to be infected and more likely to experience serious illness and death from COVID-19. Children younger than 17 years old with intellectual disabilities were nearly 9 times more likely to contract COVID-19 than children without these disabilities. Initial outcomes show that people with IDD who contract COVID-19 may be 2.5 times more likely to die than those without such a disability. Why has a standing air purifier not been delivered to every single classroom in phase 1 that serves these students? These students should be given 2.5 times more safety precautions considering the risk of death they face, not less. Last week, as soon as the governor allowed them to do so, RCSD stopped all asymptomatic testing of students. Webster tested students today and plans on continuing to do so because it is a safety measure that is easy to continue and is funded by the state. Why is the RCSD so quick to cut safety measures for our students? 60% of our students are Black, making them 4 times more likely to contract COVID in Monroe County, and yet we take safety measures.
Ms. Labrosa, thank you very much. We appreciate your comments tonight. Thank you. I'm going to move to our next speaker. I understand Christina Gray was our next speaker, but is not able to make it tonight. So I'm going to move on to Mr. Gerald Weipert. Mr. Weipert, are you with us? Looks like he's joining now. Welcome, Mr. Weipert. We appreciate you joining. You have 2 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Good evening. I had a different topic I was going to address, but listening to our parents and scholars, I'm changing my point, so forgive me for not being as fluid as I had planned. See, I'm excited to see my students in person. I've actually been teaching from my classroom without students since January 5th. I've been practicing using the technologies and how I'm going to make this work. However, the community is being misled. You're not getting hybrid instruction. You're not getting the same plans that the suburbs are getting. You're not getting equitable instruction. You're getting falsehoods fed to you. What you're getting is me teaching to 16 students in a Zoom meeting while I'm teaching to 6 students in my classroom at the exact same time. You're getting my divided attention, not my undivided attention that all my scholars and students earn. The suburbs, they're having their teachers completely teach remote or completely teach hybrid, not asking us to do both. See, how am I supposed to trust your academic plan when this year you omitted 15% of your elementary school students in your new ELA elementary curriculum by purchasing a K-5 program and leaving out 6th grade? How am I supposed to trust your plan when your math pacing chart that my administrator tells me I have to follow is still stuck on January 28th? It's February 2nd. It's Groundhog Day, and I'm living in a Bill Murray movie. See, leadership comes up with a plan. Teachers, like canaries in the coal mine, warn you that the plan isn't going to be what's best for our students. The plan is pushed forward. Teachers are vilified. The plan fails. Teachers are blamed for the failing plan. And we wake up tomorrow morning and the same thing happens again. See, we continue this cycle of dysfunction and it doesn't break. I'm left stuck here with bad planning, a bad academic plan, parents being told one thing, but going to be delivered another. And they're going to come to me and want to know why I'm not delivering hybrid when the district has decided to make me do 2 jobs at the same time. So this is not a very good plan. It's not thought out. And if anybody would like to reach out to me, I'd be more than happy to answer your questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Weipert. We appreciate your comments tonight. Thank you for addressing the board. I'm going to move on to our next speaker, who is Allison Steiner. I hope I pronounced your name correctly, Allison. She is joining us now.
Yes, thank you. Good evening.
You have 2 minutes.
Okay, my name is Allison Steichner. I'm a 1st grade teacher here in the RCSD. I wanted to come tonight to speak about my students and their families. I've never had a year where my students and their families have worked this hard. I am continuously amazed at the dedication that I have seen this school year. Every day, my students show up on Zoom and they are learning. In spite of the obstacles we have faced this year, they're doing the work. This wouldn't be possible without their entire families. These are parents that call me, email me, text me. They're sharing personal stories, pictures, successes, and challenges. This is something that I have not experienced in my 20 years here before this year, and I am so thankful for the opportunity to have been in contact with my students and their caregivers in such a meaningful way. I am also here to acknowledge that I understand that our parents and our students are tired. None of us ever imagined the amount of pressure that would be placed on parents during this crisis. None of us believe that remote learning is easy or best. I spend more nights awake than asleep, thinking of ways to reach more kids, connect more fully, and to provide better instruction. I can't wait to be back in my classroom. Our current reopening plan, however, is not equitable or safe. I want more for my students, not less. We have worked too hard to leave them behind halfway through the school year again. I'm not willing to make that sacrifice with my own children at home. And to the parents that are listening, I won't make it with yours. I will speak up as often and with as much conviction as I can to ensure that your children have the same quality of education as our neighboring students in the suburbs. Let's get our kids back to school. Let's listen to our phase 1 teachers and figure out how to make the things that aren't working right. Let's fix the problematic pieces of the plan and get back to school. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Allison. We appreciate your comments tonight. Our next speaker is Tom Rossiter, and he is also a staff member, should be joining us in the room shortly. Mr. Rossiter?
Yes.
Welcome, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm a math teacher in the district, and I have some problems with the math that you've presented to not only the teachers, but the community. You have shown that the school infection rates in Monroe County and across the state are significantly lower than in other counties. And that is inherently flawed because people in Monroe County, in all the counties, most of them only get tested when they have symptoms. The school district takes out all of the people that have symptoms for their testing because they're saying, if you have any symptoms, do not come to school. So one sample size that is greater than the average because there are significant people in it that only get tested because they have symptoms, and you're comparing that to another sample size where you take out all of those people that have any symptoms, and then comparing them as if they're equal is a way to justify opening schools and then removing the testing that you already told parents when they agreed to hybrid that people in the schools were being tested, and then removing that a week and a half before school starts is insane. And it's not fair to the students. It's not mathematically sound. It wouldn't pass my math classroom. It's not mathematically equivalent. Doing that and then expecting kids that don't come into the school to be on a computer. My seventh graders are on a computer from 7:30 in the morning until 1:55 with a half an hour break for lunch. Otherwise, they're on a screen the entire day. Imagine that. You wouldn't want to do that as an adult, let alone having that happen as a seventh grader, as an eighth grader. They are on screen from 7:30 until 1:55 with a half an hour break every day. And it's not an equitable, it's not a significant solution to this problem. You are causing more problems than you are solving. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rossiter. We appreciate your comments tonight. Thank you for joining us. I'm moving on to our next speaker. Let me see if Dr. Rothwell, welcome.
To this problem.
When you're ready, you have 2 minutes.
That you are solving.
You might have to, I'm gonna ask that you turn off your feed because it will conflict. Okay.
Okay, there we go. Am I good?
You are all set when you're ready.
All
2
right,
minutes.
thank you. And I want to say good evening and thank you all to everybody that's still here, because there's been very few teachers that have been able to speak because none of us were allowed to speak in the beginning. And I want to say that I live less than 0.2 miles from my school. Like, I live in my neighborhood. It's very inequitable. My name is Vicki Rothwell, and I'm a 20-year physical education teacher. I was the recipient of the New Teacher of the Year in 2001. I've worked on so many committees, writing curriculum. I've been highly effective my entire career. I miss my job as it was. I used to move all day. I played with my students. I loved my career. But I'm the only PE teacher in my building. And because we are such a small school, I have no technology besides my district issued laptop, which screen is broken, and an old media cart whose projection is pretty spotty, and speakers often don't work. I have to smack them on the side. Our school was hit incredibly hard with layoffs, and there are no available staff to help our classroom teachers, much less our special area teachers. I've ordered a microphone, hoping that I was thinking outside the box, using the Bluetooth on the microphone through my stereo system at school. I haven't gotten that yet. I've tried for years to get a smart board. That's never happened. Some of my in-person classes will only have 1 or 2 students, while some of my in-person classes will be 12.
Ms. Rothwell,
Yes.
I apologize. Your 2 minutes are up for this evening.
All right,
But
thank you.
your comments written, please do submit them to the email that sent you the Zoom link, and we'll make sure that the comments are read and posted to the website.
Thank you. Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome. I am going to welcome our next speaker, who is Jason Valenti. Mr. Valenti, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Wonderful. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Commissioner, Superintendent, those listening remotely. I want to thank you for this time. I can't wait to get back to my students. I can't wait for normal class, like the kids all call it. But I'm here to advocate for the 70% of my kids that won't be coming back, because our very first speaker today, that student, his eyes are staring at the screen all day like mine. And a big part of my day, besides the teaching, is to stare at the chat, to stare at my phone, because I'm constantly texting with parents, I'm constantly texting with students, I'm constantly reading and typing on the screen with kids in the chat. It's a huge part of how the online students are communicating. I'm letting parents know throughout the day if I see a kid, falling off and paying attention, or if they didn't come back after lunch. I got kids texting me in the morning about questions or what they did at night, or writing in the chat things about things they didn't understand. And when I go back to being in person with my scholars in the classroom, I'm going to lose a lot of that communication piece. As much as I try, I know that having 6 or more people in front of me is going to pull me away from this screen. I don't think I'm going to be able to sit this close to my screen all day like I am now. And that's over 2/3 of the students that I serve, the scholars that are in my charge, and have become accustomed to me being there for them all day, pretty much every moment, to respond to a chat, to respond to a text. And I'm going to do my best to maintain that level of communication with them, because I know that I think emotionally, this is the most draining thing that they've ever been through in their life, and I pray they never go through it again. But I don't know how I'm going to be able to fill that void that is going to come with this system the way it is. So I just hope that we can come up with a program or a way to make it more equitable for the majority of the kids that are going to be in a remote learning situation that aren't going to be able to have that. Thank you,
Mr. Valenti. We appreciate your comments tonight. I'm going to move on to our next speaker in the interest of time. It looks like that is Carrie Gilroy, but I'm not certain if she's going to be able to join us. Carrie, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Gilroy. You have 2 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Carrie Gilroy, and I've been a primary teacher for 20 years in the Rochester City School District. Tonight, I am reading a statement from a Phase 1 educator who would like to remain anonymous, as she describes what she has observed about the conditions in her building over the course of the past month. As we discuss reopening, we need to remember that school has been open for over a month, and we need to hear how the district is already violating its own safety plan. The following are the words of this Phase 1 educator. I would like to address the board by stating that I have some serious concerns as a teacher who has been back in the building since the Phase 1 reopening began on January 4th. I have not seen cleaning procedures that align with what the district promised. There is no increased cleaning throughout the day, door handles are not cleaned, and neither are the bathrooms until the end of the day. I have also taken students to the bathroom and found there is no soap available. In our current health crisis, it's shocking to me as an educator when I am told that it is safe for students and I in the building. I'm also concerned about technology. Students who are supposed to get technology in the classrooms still haven't received it, which is starting to show a very unequal balance between what remote and in-person students are receiving. Also, the 10-minute cleaning solution is not functional in the room with students because they have the risk of touching it and we don't have time to let it sit between kids. I'm also concerned about the lack of caring from the district for their special ed students. These kids go to school 4 days a week without being given hot lunches or breakfasts, and in most cases are served the exact same thing daily. Some of these kids depend on school for a meal, and if they don't like what's being served, they're not given a choice for the following day. Students are going hungry daily in person in the district. It's also very inequitable to not serve special ed students the same way that general education students would be served. Finally, on Wednesdays, as far as I can tell, there is no deep cleaning going on in the classrooms. My classroom looks no different when I leave than when
Ms. Gilroy, I apologize, your 2 minutes are up tonight, but thank you for the comments. And if you want to submit those to the record, please be sure to send that to the Board of Education email. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The next speaker would have been Corinne Mundorf, but she is not able to join us again tonight. And so I'm going to move on to Maureen Duhan, another staff member speaking about reopening. Maureen, welcome. And you have 2 minutes. You just need to unmute yourself.
I should know that from teaching all my classes, right? Okay, so good evening, everyone. I have been a teacher in the Rochester City School District for 23 years. That's 11 superintendents, in case anyone's keeping track at this point. In all of these years, I have seen teachers constantly pitted against the families and communities we serve. We saw one of our commissioners tonight try to do it when speaking about salaries, which the RTA members actually pay for our officers. But I digress. I heard several parents and students say that the RTA does not speak for them. As an active RTA member and proud teacher, it is my duty to speak out and advocate for the families of my students. I do not speak for all of the parents. Let's refer, though, to the district's own survey that showed most parents, 59.6%, and over half the students, 47.8%, either strongly agreed or agreed that students should not return to the school buildings. Those voices and opinions speak loudly and need to be heard here as well. Instructionally, teachers have been told to make do with what we have. What other job are professionals told to do that? I suppose we'd like to send a neurosurgeon into surgery to operate with a butter knife and a pair of chopsticks. We wouldn't do that, but yet we're putting teachers in that very same position. My daughter does attend school in the suburbs, and her education makes sense. She gets 100% of her teacher's attention and assistance when she is in the school building on Monday and Tuesday. Thursday and Friday, she learns asynchronously, and on Wednesday, she has seminar with her teachers. This makes sense. The district's plan does not make sense. My attention is going to be divided between the students in front of me and the students at home, and that's not fair to anyone. Let's just think about this for a moment.
I'm sorry, your time is up for this evening.
I had a really great ending, though. You don't know we're good? All right.
You know
All
what?
right.
Submit it to the record. Definitely
Okay.
the email, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a good night. Our next speaker is Mr. John O'Neill. He should be joining us. Yep. Mr. O'Neill, when you're ready, welcome. And you have 2 minutes, sir. You just need to turn on your video and your audio. Your audio is still off, sir.
Right, here we are.
Okay.
All right, well, thank you for listening. And this is my 24th year as an ENL teacher in the district. And I've heard lots of educational buzzwords and expressions over the years. And I've been following the reopening pretty closely. And this is more reminiscent of building the plane while flying it. And I'm afraid that I'm going to be hearing it again as, you know, our reopening phases come to pass. Building the plane while you fly it, it's kind of exciting when you're doing something new in the classroom, you know, and you want to see how kids respond to stuff. But doing it during a pandemic really only gives me a feeling of risk and uncertainty. And those are two words I really don't want to associate with a reopening. And I was part of phase one, and I've really enjoyed, you know, working with my co-teacher and the students that I worked with. We worked well with the, you know, social distancing and mask wearing, and we managed to do, you know, some pretty good stuff with the 3 students who are in person and the 7 who are, you know, remote. But I fear that my experience won't be prevalent throughout, you know, all the other schools. And I work with a really good principal and administrative team, and a lot of the questions are answered with, like, we don't know yet, and we're learning things as you are, you know. And that just doesn't inspire me with confidence. So I'm just going to ask that we don't build the plane as we fly it this time. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. We appreciate your comments tonight, sir. Our next speaker is Rakia Hardaway, but I'm not seeing her in the Zoom room. And so I'm going to move on to Kristen French, who will be joining us as a staff member as well. Ms. French? Looks like she's joining the room now. Welcome, Ms. French. You have 2 minutes. When you're ready, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, thank you. What I'm about to read, I'm going to read a statement on behalf of a colleague who is number 107 on the speakers list, who was unable to commit to staying on this meeting, and I didn't want her voice to be silenced as the board attempted to do for many of my colleagues, and how this district has done for a large portion of our families. So here it goes. Hello, my name is Katie Feltz. I'm a speech language pathologist at School 58, and I wanted to share some concerns and observations from fellow speech pathologists who are currently back in school for phase 1. COVID kits, which contain necessary PPE supplies, are back ordered. Staff have become lax with following safety measures after a few days. There is no oversight team or committees inspecting the buildings each day. Special ed leadership minimizes the workload, resulting in increased stress and inability to provide the highest quality services to students. A concern is that speech pathologists are required to provide all IEP services without regard to the time needed to provide those services, disinfect between groups, smaller group sizes, etc. The expectation of the special ed leadership is way too high and unrealistic. Is RCSD going to hire additional speech pathologists so we can provide IEP mandated services, as the current plan is not doable? Some staff are lenient with reinforcing mask use with students, so it's not safe. Not all staff wear masks consistently and appropriately, which sends a mixed message to students. Staff do not adhere to 6 feet of social distance despite administration and reiterating in multiple times. Simultaneously, instruction for children with special needs is nearly impossible due to the intensity of their needs and attention required for each student. Staff and sub shortages lead to IEPs in classrooms being out of compliance in regards to ratios for specialized programs. And this has happened already on multiple occasions across several buildings. We're out of compliance. Yep.
Thank you very much for your time tonight. If you have those comments, feel free to send those to our board email.
I will my own. So 107, you can cross off the list.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is going to be, let me just double check this one. We should have had a Kevin Murphy coming on, but does not seem to be here. So I'm going to call on Kelly Lalonde. Welcome, Ms. Lalonde. We appreciate you joining us tonight. You have 2 minutes when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I did it.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
excellent. So I'm Kelly Lalonde and I'm an ESL teacher at School 58. And I'm actually sharing a letter that one of my students wrote after I told them that I'd be taking a leave of absence if I wasn't approved to work from home. It says, to whom it may concern. My name is Nido2 and I'm a senior at School 58. I'm writing this letter to speak out against the hybrid learning plan. It is being shared by Miss Kelly, one of my favorite teachers, who has been teaching me since I reached my middle school years and who is always there for me. Much like Miss Kelly supported in school and after the pandemic struck, I want to support her right now. I understand during this pandemic, many of us are worried about our family and friends at school, but by going back without a good plan, we might risk kids' and teachers' lives. We also won't get as good of an education because teachers like Miss Kelly are leaving because they have to keep their own families safe. Miss Kelly is a teacher who is supportive and courageous. She is a teacher who is beloved by every student from different cultures. She is a teacher that would do anything for her students. During this pandemic, she tries her best to help me with school and check on me and my family to make sure we are safe and healthy. I always look up to her, and she is my hero. Teachers are our family. I don't want to see my teachers or classmates suffer, especially ESL students. During this pandemic, if you and your family know English, there's no problem for you. But if your family are non-English speakers, you have to worry a lot more. You'll have to make sure your family members are healthy so they don't have to go to the hospital. You need people like Miss Kelly to make sure you have information from school that you understand. You need teachers like her to make sure you aren't forgotten. We need to think carefully before making this decision. I wrote this letter to say, please let us learn from home, because no one can replace Miss Kelly, and her students and me shouldn't be forgotten.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lalonde. We appreciate your comment tonight. Okay, I'm going to call on our next speakers. We have a series of persons that I will mention their names, but are not able to join us. Elizabeth Dunn, Emily Crowley, Amy Levine, Tamalin Pritchard, and Bradley Craddock are not able to join us tonight, but I am welcoming Christine Price. Welcome, Ms. Price. When you're ready, you have 2 minutes. Just go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to address you all tonight. I prepared comments earlier today, but changed them after listening to students and parents this evening. My name is Christine Price, and not only have I been fortunate enough to be an English teacher at East Upper School for the past 20 years, but I'm also lucky to be the mother of 2 amazing teenage daughters. My daughters, like my students, have been learning 100% remote and will continue to do so for the balance of the year. I listened carefully to students, parents, and community members earlier tonight. I totally understand parents who are sharing that remote learning is challenging for them and their children for various reasons. It's hard for my daughters at times, and they do sometimes feel isolated from their peers. Additionally, they do both have 504 plans, and it's challenging to get these services remotely in ways that help in the same way it usually does in person on site. My family does not live in the city, but rather in a surrounding suburb, and their school has been offering hybrid or remote learning choices for families since the beginning of the year. So you might ask, why did I make this choice for my children if it's challenging and isolating for them? I chose that learning style not because I think it's better for them than in-person learning, but because it's the safest for them and for our family and their teachers and their peers during this incredibly different year during a global pandemic. I tell them all the time that we can do hard things and that they will need this kind of perseverance in life when they have other hills to climb. I feel the same way about my tenacious students who have been doing what is hard and gaining some amazing tech skills in the process. I have many students that are actually doing quite well during remote learning so far this year. I tell you this because I want students, parents, community members, board members, and the superintendents to know that what I ask for my students this evening is not less, but instead something similar to what I've chosen for my own personal children. And by the way, many of my colleagues have made similar choices for their children for very similar reasons to the ones I'm sharing with you tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments tonight, Ms. Price. Okay, I'm going to head back to the list here. I have Margaret Sargent and Christine Schultz next, but they don't appear to be in the waiting room. So I'm going to welcome our next speaker, Karen Steele Avery. Miss Avery. Just gonna give her a little bit of time to enter the room. Welcome, Karen. We appreciate you joining us tonight. When you're ready, you have 2 minutes. Just go ahead and unmute yourself, okay? Ms. Steele Avery, can you hear me? Okay, when you're ready, go ahead and unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes. Welcome, Ms. French. Oh, you're gonna need to turn off your other feed because there is a lag. So you're gonna hear me and then you're gonna hear that. So go ahead and turn that one off and then you can address the board. Yeah, yes, you.
Okay, so am I live now?
Yes, you are. Okay.
Technology is great when it works.
Yes.
Okay, I'm Karen Steele Avery. I'm getting closer to my 30 years in the district. I'm a proud parent of an RCSD graduate. I love teaching in the city. I love living in the city. You know, it is a great experience. And I am really concerned about going back in person. I work in a secondary school. My concern is that our students may not be as safe as we think. We know that according to the CDC, World Health Organization, Harvard University, and other resources, that individuals without symptoms are able to spread the virus, whether they're pre-symptomatic or asymptomatic in appearance. And we're concerned that students who are less likely to exhibit those COVID symptoms might turn out to be silent spreaders. So that would endanger other students and certainly the family members back home. My students are very concerned about that. In my particular instance, I mean, we can't wait to get back to school. My kids all want to be doing hands-on learning. And I am not sure how to make that happen successfully at the same time that I'm trying to monitor a Zoom conference and monitor the chat and all that. It seems like I need to be 3 or 4 people. So my suggestion would be for the resuming instruction, is it possible that we create a team? So a true co-teaching kind of situation so that we do have a teacher who can monitor the Zoom and reinforce those lessons while another teacher is addressing and focusing more with the in-person learners. In my particular case, several of my classes are almost evenly split.
Ms. Steele Avery, I apologize, your time is up. So I'm going to go ahead and cut you off there. But if you have comments, go ahead and submit those to the record. I'm going to move on to the next speaker, who is supposed to be Laura Marsosi and Micah Damas, but it looks like they're not on with us tonight. So I'm going to move on to Craig Zaremba. Mr. Zaremba, are you with us?
Am I on?
Yes, you are, sir. When you're ready, you have 2 minutes.
I'm Craig Zaremba, and I'm a middle school science teacher at Henry Hudson School 28. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak regarding the reopening plan for Phase 2 and Phase 3 as put forth by the superintendent and the Board of Education. I'm a graduate of the City School District, John Marshall High School, class of '84, and I've been a teacher in the district since 2001. I'm on the fence regarding the reopening of our schools. I want to be back in the classroom, as do many of my colleagues. Based on conversations with my students, they want to be in the classroom as well. We strive for that social interaction that connects us. My concern and the concerns of my students are valid. We are living in a country where more than 443,000 people have died because of the COVID-19 virus. Several of my colleagues and many of my students have lost loved ones due to this pandemic. We have listened to our elected officials state that the virus is a hoax, that it'll be gone soon, and the vaccines are going to be available. And some of these statements are false. Many of my colleagues have not been vaccinated against this virus, and even fewer of my students have been vaccinated. The governor of our state has discontinued the COVID testing for staff and students entering our buildings and screening that were put in place to keep us safe. So who are we to believe? When I go to the store to buy groceries or essentials, there are safety protocols, protective barriers, hand sanitizer stations, and floor signage to keep employees and customers socially distanced and safe. The only place in my building that I see protective barriers in place is the main office. The only place I see signage as reminders to stay socially distanced is outside the bathroom or the music room. There is no signage in my classroom. There is no protective barriers in my classroom. There are no hand sanitizer stations outside of my classroom. My students are expected to eat breakfast and lunch in my classroom as socially distanced as my classroom will allow. 20 minutes in the morning and 30 minutes for lunch. According to the CDC, what constitutes a mass gathering is if the number of people it brings together is.
Mr. Zaremba?
Yes.
I apologize. Your 2 minutes are up for this evening, but if you have your comments in writing, I would.
I do. It was going to be a good ending. I thought I was faster than that, but thank you very much. You guys have a great night.
Thank you, Mr. Zaremba. I appreciate that. Go ahead and submit them to the record. And
I already did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to move along to our next speakers. We had a Patty Yildirim, a Jennifer Flanagan, a Kenneth Canfield, and a Michael Mollering. Yes, it does appear that we have Mr. Mollering, so I'm going to call on you, Mr. Mollering. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you to Board of Education members and our superintendent for staying up late with us. I'm gonna make it short and sweet. We all want what's best for kids. We really do. And I guess that, you know, over the past 20 years plus that I've been in the city school district has also been the time at which the United States has increasingly been less trustful of teachers. That's a mistake. We want what's best for kids. You should trust us. We know what to do. We know there are going to be deficits. We know that our students are lacking. We know they're hurting. We want to be in the right place with them. But what I'm seeing from central office is saying that they're giving the buildings autonomy. That autonomy, in most cases, really looks like abandonment. We need strong policies that tell our administrators what to do and give them the ability to do it. We need to get a process in place to make sure that the building is cleaned properly and that children are kept distant from each other. Even yet today, I was told by administration that they had changed how many children were actually going to be in a classroom from what it had been just days ago. That doesn't sound right. And I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mollering. We appreciate your comments tonight. I'm going to move on to the next person in the list, who is Brian Cardilli. Mr. Cardilli, are you with us?
I am.
Wonderful. Sir, when you are ready, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. First, I would like to thank you all for this opportunity. And listening to the students and parents, I completely appreciate their comments, their concerns. I myself, I'm a secondary teacher in the RCSD. I've been teaching for 18 years. I'm also a third generation teacher in this city. My concerns, first of all, obviously we want to put students first. We all want to return. Most of us want to return, but with a good and detailed plan. As my previous colleague stated, the plan is given autonomy to schools, which is going to prove inconsistent. I believe we need a consistent safety plan. The simultaneous instruction model has been discussed tonight. There's been a significant lack of training, of professional development. There's a lack of research or lack of resources and research online. As we saw tonight with Commissioner Adams lagging. That's going to happen. I'm going to be teaching students that are in front of me, and my students on Zoom are going to be having technical issues. And I don't know if I'm going to recognize that. And that scares me as a teacher, that I'm not going to be able to provide the amount of attention that I can right now. I have concerns about communication. We learned at first that we were going to stay remote for the rest of the year in phase 3. And then we learned from the Democrat and Chronicle that policy was going to change. We need better communication between the district and the teachers. There's been, in that communication, conflicting info regarding cleaning and safety policies in some of the PD that we have been given. Lastly, teachers are going to be out, and I have a significant concern regarding substitutes, what's going to happen there. many of the other concerns that I have been addressed already. So
Mr. Cardilli, I apologize, your 2 minutes are up, but if you have your comments written, go ahead and submit them to the record as well. I'm going to move on to our next speaker, who is Karen Reyes, but it does not appear that she is with us. So I'm going to move on to Susan Agostinelli. Susan, are you here? Wonderful. When you're ready, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Y'all ready?
Yep, all set.
I'm sorry, I was watching YouTube. I just turned it off. I apologize. Good evening, and thank you for affording me the time to speak to you tonight. My name is Susan Agostinelli, and I have worked as a school psychologist in the RCSD for 25 years. I'm in full support of reopening our schools, as evidence across the country is showing that many students are struggling more with mental health issues than ever before. However, the reopening plan leaves staff with so many questions about actually the how to implement it. So my question I've asked of many administrators, I don't get a concrete answer for, and this is my question. What is the district's plan of action when a teacher needs to call in sick? Is the district allowing substitutes in the building? Under normal times, each building has an emergency sub-plan that is adopted by their building committee that is utilized when a substitute teacher is not able to be secured. Staff that are not assigned to classrooms are typically listed on this sub-plan, and they sub in on a rotating basis. These staff often include psychs, social workers, counselors, and at times some speech pathologists. Under normal times, this rotation is disruptive to our schedules, but it typically only occurs one day every few weeks. So if substitutes are not able to be hired through the subsystem, will the emergency subplan be the only way to provide that coverage? Times are not typical. We can anticipate teachers and staff needing to quarantine. We know substitutes are going to be required more than ever. If buildings only have the emergency subplan as a means to provide coverage, the staff listed on these plans will be very limited in their ability to provide the services that they typically provide. Our students need more access to mental health professionals, not less. Can we have more clarification as to the district's stance on securing substitute coverage? I appreciate everybody's time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Agostinelli. We appreciate that you addressed the board tonight. I'm going to move on to our next speakers. We had an Amy Schramm, but not seeing her, or Teresa Allen. So I'm going to ask Mary Beth Arnold to join us in the room now. She's connecting to audio. Welcome, Ms. Arnold. When you're ready, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes.
A phase 1 colleague wrote me and said, since my return to the building January 4th, a student came to school while she was assigned a remote classroom. She did her learning on a Chromebook in the hallway. Students and staff, including teachers, are not wearing masks properly, many worn below the nose. A teacher took his mask off while teaching a class. A student reported he returned from a trip out of state. The student remained in the classroom. A student reported an immediate family member was ill and waiting on a COVID test. The student remained in the classroom. Staff members crying, staff members having panic attacks requiring medical attention. Desks spaced 6 feet apart from front to back, but barely 3 feet apart from side to side. A relaxed approach to social distancing. There's a culture of, if you have a mask on, it's okay. The CDC explicitly states that a mask is not a replacement for social distancing. Evidence that desks, doorknobs, and handles are not being cleaned. The flippant behaviors regarding health and safety are pervasive and are a direct result of haphazard snippets of plans rushed out by those in leadership. There is so much more to this than wash your hands, wear a mask, and stay 6 feet apart. Our health and lives depend on the forethought and caution of those making the policies and forthright, vigilant building leaders. Students, staff, and their families deserve clear, easy, accessible, and enforceable policies that uphold health and safety above all else in all anticipated situations. And we need to be vaccinated. We remained remote out of an abundance of caution. We need to return with an abundance of caution. USA Facts reports 54 deaths in Monroe County in the last 7 days of January. The American Academy of Pediatrics reported a 16% increase in child COVID cases during
Ms. Arnold?
January. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
you.
If you want to go ahead and submit your comments to the record, we would
did.
appreciate that. Okay, thank you very
much.
Have a good night. Our next speaker is Elaine Martinez, and she should be joining us very shortly.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead and turn on your video when you're ready.
Oh,
and
sorry.
You'll have 2 minutes.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Oh, sorry. So good evening. I'll keep this short. I'm going to go off my original letter. You guys know what equitable education looks like, and you know that this isn't it. We are all really educated individuals. Please stop vilifying teachers. Work with us, include us in your plans, and let us not find out our information through a newspaper article. We want to teach in person. Online teaching and learning is horrible. We aren't blind to that. Work with us to come up with a plan that allows us to open safely. And these buildings are actually clean. I keep hearing people talking about the suburbs, but when you talk about the suburbs, cleanliness is not a question there. So thank you all for your time, and I can't wait to be back in the classroom. I do not like Zoom, and I'm thinking of our students, and hopefully we can agree to move forward.
Thank you very much, Ms. Martinez. I appreciate you joining us tonight. I'm going to welcome Lisa Reyes to the Zoom room. Welcome, Ms. Reyes. When you're ready, go ahead and unmute yourself, and then you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, commissioners and superintendent. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'll be reading an anonymous submission from a teacher who's back in phase 1. She says, "Thank you to whoever is reading this on my behalf. I fear retaliation if I was to share this out loud, even though this experience is not just mine and is a collection of situations with different colleagues. It seems like the district wants families and public to think that the schools are safe, claiming everyone can space out, everyone is masked properly, and deep cleaning is occurring. These safety protocols are not happening consistently across our district, even with just a small fraction of students and staff back in the buildings. One of the biggest concerns is the claim that deep cleaning is occurring on schools for phase 1 on Wednesdays and Fridays. There are some basic cleaning procedures that are not being followed in different buildings and that should be followed even when we're not in a pandemic, such as taking out the trash of the classroom garbage cans on a daily basis, mopping the floors with fresh water, and appropriately cleaning the restrooms. There is photo evidence of obvious spills that have occurred on surfaces on a Tuesday or a Friday and were left untouched when the staff returned back to the building Thursday or Monday. This shows it is not safe. During these times, it is very important for students and staff to trust that these safety protocols are being followed by our custodial staff. And based on the staff reports, they are not. It is not safe to return as thousands of people continue to die each day from COVID-19, but it is definitely not safe to return if our schools cannot adhere to the CDC guidelines for cleaning. In our CSD, there have been 58 on-site positive cases, which means almost 1 in every 20 people who have returned in phase 1 have tested positive for COVID. And that does not seem to include all of the Benti employees who are not yet in school buildings. Please do not allow any more students to enter for phase 2 at this time. It is not yet safe, and many phase 1 and staff buildings would agree. Pause the in-person reopening. And if I may add on a personal note, I've also been disappointed in the evident lack of cleaning taking place. In the reopening plan, there's brief and vague language on pages 14 and 20. It's not specific enough. I'd like to know how we can ensure this
Ms.
cleaning is
Reyes?
happening.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move on to our next set of speakers. We had a few who are not in the room, so I do want to call their names for the record. We had a Don Holman, a Victoria Rothwell, Craig Zaremba, who already spoke, but we are going to edit that repeat. We had a Richard Schmidt and a Steve Mundell are not with us tonight. So I'm going to call on Kristen Baskowitz. Ms. Baskowitz, when you're ready, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. My name is Kristen Baskowitz. I'm a teacher at number 34 school. And y'all, I am tired. And after this meeting, I gotta say I'm very disheartened. I'm tired of Zoom meetings. I'm tired of spending triple the time planning for remote lessons. But mostly, I'm tired of a district that repeatedly puts optics ahead of what's really best for students and families. And more than anything, I'm tired of fighting people who are supposed to be our leaders for what we as teachers know is best for students. Listen, I know remote learning, it sucks. It sucks. It sucks. I get it. I want to get back in my building with my kids yesterday, but I'm here tonight because I've been doing this for 16 years, and I know that the simultaneous plan that's being forced upon us is chaos waiting to happen. And despite desperately wanting to get back to school, these students deserve better than what's facing them with this hybrid plan. I'm tired of this district throwing a poorly thought out plan at us and then having to figure it out. And I'm tired of being villainized for standing up for what we know is right for our students. I'm just so tired of fighting because our leaders don't listen to us. It needs to stop right now. I'm also wondering why y'all aren't really leading by example, like our chief academic officer, who makes triple my salary, by the way, and who has only been in one of our schools, gets to phone it in from Maryland and then tells us to figure it out when we ask for strategies to help make simultaneous instruction more effective. Yeah, while they all remain at home, they're rushing to send us back into buildings without testing, without giving many of us time to get vaccinated, without giving us adequate training on a teaching model that has been largely proven ineffective throughout the country, and in my school at least, without the technology we've been promised but do not have, and without even enough room to space out students to CDC guidelines in many classrooms. We are so tired of being set up to fail, but this time it's just plain dangerous. I highly doubt you'll listen to a lot of us tonight, but it seems that our parents and students think very poorly of us. But I just want you guys to know all we want are safe buildings, an effective instructional model to get these kids caught up, and leadership that listens to us and values our commitment to our jobs and our students. Thank you.
You're muted, Kalia.
Oops, sorry about that. That was bound to happen. Our next speaker should have been Megan Harris, but she is not with us, neither is Angela Draus. So I'm going to move on to Delana Caraway. Welcome, Ms. Caraway. I appreciate you joining us tonight. You have 2 minutes when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Leslie Myers-Small, President White, and board members. My name is Delana Caraway, and I'm a teacher working with students with autism and also a graduate of the RCSD. I'm speaking to you this evening because I am not in favor of the reopening plan that the district has given so far, and strongly feel that there should be a delay in reopening our schools. As an ASD teacher, I was a part of the Phase 1 group that began teaching in person right after the December holiday break. That's right after students and their families had the opportunity to party and travel, we welcomed students back to in-person learning. Unfortunately, our students are not required to fill out a COVID survey every morning before coming to school, like their teachers and other RCSD staff members. Not requiring students to fill out that survey or their families is just one of the things missing from the reopening plan to help everyone stay safe. I, like many of my colleagues, want to be back in person with my students. I believe that in-person learning is the best way students learn, and that's why I'm in there. I am on the front lines. However, the plan the district has for hybrid learning is not what's best. Requiring teachers to teach simultaneously is not the best way students learn and will leave even less time for teachers to spend individual time with students. I'm fortunate in the sense that I have a team that works with me to help in supporting my in-person learners, but the general education classrooms typically will not have that support. Teachers and building administrators are then left to try to figure it out, along with anything else that should be but is not covered by the district's reopening plan. So each school is then doing different things. This does not sound like a plan. It sounds like chaos. And at the end of it, students are bound to suffer. On top of this, we are scheduled to add more students as soon as next week. The district was not ready to start in-person learning in January, and we are not ready now. And although some things are being added to help our reopening plan, it's being added after some of us have already been back in for almost a month. Our plan should have been and needs to be solid, safe, and equitable before returning. We should be able to stand confidently on it, knowing our students, colleagues, and we ourselves are safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Caraway. Appreciate your comments tonight. Our next speaker is Yolanda Montalvo, but not seeing her in the room. Neither is Eric McNeil or Kimberly Alfieri. So I'm going to move on to Maria Gonzalez. Maria should be joining us now. Just gonna make sure. Ms. Gonzalez, you're gonna need to turn off your other feed.
I'm here.
Hi, you're gonna need to turn off your other feed, okay?
I'm here.
Yes, yes, we do hear that you're here, but you're gonna need to turn off your other feed. Thank you. Okay, when you're ready, you have 2 minutes.
Oh, excuse me? Oh.
You're not gonna be able to listen to that and listen to this.
I can now. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Maria Gonzalez, and this is my 22nd year as a bilingual school psychologist in the district. First of all, I would like to mention that while I am very happy to hear about the creation of a building crisis team, the fact that not one single school psychologist in the district was consulted about this shows a complete disregard to our profession. I would like you all to know that I am in support of reopening our buildings, but in a safe manner. I have been volunteering since October, along with a group of other school psychologists, speech and language therapists, and other service providers to provide evaluations in person to our students. You know, those students that we talk about all the time, our most needy students, we are there for them. But at the same time, I have visited different buildings and I see many safety issues being disregarded. Staff not wearing masks, they're not following the social distancing. How are we going to enforce that? I would like some clarification about that, because once we open all the buildings, how are we going to control that? You also like to compare us to the suburbs. They're all back, and I agree. But my son, who attends Penfield, was tested yesterday. Penfield continues to test their students, and we are informed when there are positive cases. They are also following different protocols and a different instructional plan than we are. So what I am asking for is, please answer our questions, show some transparency, and also I would like for the district to show some respect to all of our employees. We don't like to find things out through the news, and we don't like to find things out at a board meeting. It would have been nice if we would have been informed of these things before. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. We appreciate your comments tonight. I'm going to move on to the next speakers on our list. Holly Phillips, Timothy Morris, and it looks like Paul Janasi is not with us. So I'm going to call Gina Cordero to speak next.
Thank you. I have here an essay written to whom it may concern from a teacher's daughter. I do not want my mom to fall victim to COVID-19, the virus that has already taken the lives of hundreds of teachers in New York alone. My mom has been teaching for 30 years and has loved building relationships with her kids, teaching them math and watching them grow. She loves it. You're taking teachers' passions a love away by filling them with fear because you cannot provide them with the assurance they need to be okay while doing their job. COVID has been tough for all of us. The basement has been conformed into a classroom. It was hard to adjust at first, but now she's able to teach her kids while also building connections with them. I hear her sing and laugh with them, and the kids who are engaged are happy. Yes, as happy as students and teachers can be while being online. After almost 6 months, you want teachers to do both. Teach in person and online at the same times. Now, don't get me wrong, teachers have superpowers, but this will be unacceptable for both the kids and teachers. I'm trying to imagine this. You want teachers to stand in one specific spot with kids in the classroom in one area and her computer with kids on Zoom in another area, and for her to have eyes in the back of her head while trying to teach both and meet the needs of each individual student. While that is ridiculous and unreasonable, may I also add these kids are 5 years old? They're little. It is just not possible to have an equitable learning setting that kids deserve. How do you expect those little kids to wear a mask, stand 6 feet apart when they want to be socializing with their friends? My mom cannot get the vaccine until March 20th, and she's expected to go back to school February 8th. Kids deserve to be in-person learning. They deserve to be building relationships with other kids. We are still in a pandemic. Let the teachers stay home and continue what they've been adapting to, at least until they can get vaccinated, to provide extra protection for themselves and their families. I am sure many other teachers can relate to being in a similar situation as my mom. I just want my mom to be safe while doing what she loves. Please come up with a new plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cordaro. We appreciate your comments tonight. Our next speaker is Candace Rubin, and I'm going to welcome her into the room now. Okay. Ms. Rubin? Candace? Should be joining shortly. Okay, I am going to move on. It does appear we might be having some trouble getting her through, but our next speaker, Timothy Wilson. Timothy Wilson was not able to stay with us tonight, so he did submit a comment, and so I will direct the board members to that. Our next speaker after that is Natalie Soror, and welcome. Whenever you're ready, you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm here tonight to speak out against the reopening plan and to advocate for our remote students, which in my room is roughly 70% of my 4th grade students. And yes, I contacted every family personally. Let me state wholeheartedly that I am not against school to reopen for the families that want to, but the reality is that the majority of our families have opted to stay in the remote model, which means they will now be taught simultaneously with their hybrid peers. I'm here to say that simultaneous teaching is not the answer. It is worse than the strictly remote model that they are currently receiving. If you talk to the majority of teachers that have taught simultaneously, they all say the same thing. It's impossible to do effectively. They are extremely stressed and overwhelmed and are floundering at best. And this is with only a handful of remote, because 90% of their families opted to go back. We have 70% that are going to be remote. It's not sound practice, and our remote students, the majority will be the ones harmed the most by it because they will get less help and less support than they are currently receiving. Maybe people don't realize how much juggling remote teaching really is. We have students coming in and out. They're getting bumped out. They need to get back in. They're putting questions in chat. We have questions being asked orally. We have comments, things, people that want to share. We have students with tech problems. They can't find their assignment. They need help with their work, and we have to teach too. This can be overwhelming to manage in of itself. Now imagine doing the same thing, but with students in the classroom that have a whole different need. Making sure they're social distancing, making sure their masks are being worn, disinfecting their supplies, their desks, they have to use the bathroom, there's no tissues, the phone is ringing, there's a fire drill, not to mention that they need extra help too when they have questions. This is a nightmare and impossible to manage effectively, and I'm not going to be able to give the kids my full attention, which I'm able to do now. Even though it isn't my favorite way. It's no one's favorite way. It's no one's first choice. I can see the remote kids becoming more disengaged and more frustrated, logging in less often, which means less learning, less support, less time to share.
Ms. Soror?
No.
I apologize, but you do have them written, I see, so please do submit them. We do appreciate your comments tonight.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Have a good night. Our next speaker is Chas DeVries. Chas, are you with us?
Yes, I am with you.
Welcome, sir. You have 2 minutes when you're ready.
Hi. Okay. So I'm Chas DeVries. I'm a school psychologist with the district. I currently work at Monroe High School. I just want to talk that I am just concerned about the readiness for the district to meet the goals of the plan that we have, and I am concerned just about the plan itself. But I also want to just dispel some of the comments I think that earlier people made. I live in the city of Rochester. Both of my children attended schools in the city of Rochester. My daughter attended school number 7 for a while. My son attended school 50 and Charlotte. I, as a teenager, attended Monroe High School. Was there for 5 years. I love living in the city. I love the students of Rochester. And I don't know anyone who doesn't care for the students of Rochester, for the city school district students. I don't know anyone who doesn't want the best for them. I think we all want what's best for these students. We are just concerned about how effective it's going to be when students start coming back, and how it's going to work with teachers trying to teach while they're also trying to do online classes. But yeah, basically I just wanted to say I love the students. I can't wait for schools to reopen. I want schools to reopen. I miss the students. Hopefully some of them miss me. Hopefully it'll be, I can't wait to see them again. And I don't think there's anyone that I know of that is trying to postpone reopening because they don't like the students, they have any racist thoughts. Nobody has any ill intentions or lower expectations for city school students. Everyone I know is just concerned about them and
Mr. DeVries?
Wants the best for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next 2 speakers, it doesn't appear are with us. That is Lauren Govin and Barry Gavin. And so I'm going to move on to Susan DeFabia. Susan should be joining us very shortly.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Good evening, and thank you to the board for allowing me to speak to you tonight. My name is Sue DeFabia. This is my 24th year as an English as a new language teacher with the RCSD. I've also worked as a district mentor for the past 11 years, and I am a City of Rochester resident. I am speaking tonight because I believe you need to hear from as many teachers as possible directly that we have serious concerns about the current reopening plans. This is not coming from the union, but from teachers who make up the union, those of us who are on the front lines every day, giving our best to our students despite the extremely challenging circumstances. Like all of my colleagues, there's absolutely nothing that I would love more than to return to school to teach my students in person in a safe and positive environment. Unfortunately, I have no confidence that the current plan makes this possible. Already, we are hearing from our phase 1 colleagues about lapses in the promised cleaning protocols, the challenges of staff and students not willing or able to wear masks, the inherent inequities of teaching students in person and remotely at the same time, and the ongoing fear that teachers are feeling as they and their students are exposed to this dangerous virus, which is still spreading through our community. In just the last 2 weeks, there were 7 positive COVID cases in my school alone in the last 2 weeks. The lack of communication and transparency also means that we don't even know what is happening in other buildings throughout the district. I urge the board to pause reopening until the many unanswered questions are addressed and until all teachers are able to be vaccinated if they so choose. When we started the year remotely, I appreciated that the prevailing sentiment was to act with an abundance of caution. Please don't now throw caution to the wind by reopening before it makes sense. This really is a matter of life and death.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fabia. I'm going to call on our next speaker. That is Erin Sky Moore, but it doesn't appear we have her with us. So I'm going to move on to Lauren Barley. No Barley. Sorry about that, folks. Our next speaker, it looks like our next 3 speakers are actually not with us. That's Elizabeth Santiago, Mark Wolf, David Worse, and we also don't have Catherine Phelps. Gonna just check the Zoom room one more time. Doesn't appear that we have a Rosenbert, that is Shelley Rosenbert, with us either, or Sherry Starbury. So our next speaker should be Joshua Dean. Looks like Joshua is not able to join us either. Pamela McMines, I hope I pronounced her name well, but she's the next speaker on the list. Not seeing her either. And so next is Anne Lewis, who we don't have. It looks like we do have this one. So next is Anthony McCabe. Mr. McCabe will be joining us shortly.
Sorry. I can't
Welcome,
hear.
Mr. McCabe. You're going to need to stop your stream for a minute. Joining us shortly.
Sorry. Are we good? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay.
You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thanks. I'm speaking this evening.
You're going to need to stop your stream though, sir, because it's going to.
Okay, start again. I'm speaking this evening to continue to implore the superintendent and board to reconsider the current course of action to return to schools at this moment. This situation has been at the front of my mind since the surprise announcement we'd be returning as I try to reconcile. As I try to reconcile the fact that the district is rushing students and teachers into an environment that no one can be sure will be kept safe. To pin down this point, it's important to consider the many and varied structural failures that plague our district. The current talking point is that the RCSD is the only district in Monroe County that isn't open. And I think it's important that the community remember and consider that RCSD is the only district in Monroe County that cut several hundred teachers and staff mid-year because of gross incompetence. Consider that we're the only district in Monroe County with a student population that's 90% non-white and therefore at highest risk for COVID complications. We're the only district that fails half of our students in a normal year of school. This talking point that we're the only ones in Monroe County is misleading and unacceptable, and it's one of the many reasons why teachers are quickly losing faith in our new leadership. Our district is one with systemic, multifaceted problems, and though I've had faith in Dr. Myers-Small and continue to look forward to her addressing these problems in the long term, as I did with Terry Dade and Barbara Dean Williams, any plan this rushed and scant on details that the district puts in place cannot be expected to have the trust of its members, especially in this current matter of life and death. We've seen fully vetted plans implemented that subsequently fail miserably because of the many unforeseen variables that pop up due to our structural issues. We cannot afford failure in this moment. On a personal note and in closing, I experienced students and teachers sobbing 2 weeks before Christmas last school year as students learned they'd be losing their teachers and support staff, and teachers and staff would be losing their abilities to provide for their families right before Christmas. And I'll be damned if I have to watch students and teachers sobbing over the death of a member of RCSD because the district
Mr.
failed to keep
McCabe.
it. I didn't do what I could to prevent it.
Thank you, Mr. McCabe. We appreciate your comments tonight. Our next few speakers are not with us, so I'm going to call their names for the record. That is Kelly Haw, Melody Valenciano, Alexis Butler, Alexandra Pitnell, Kirsten Palmer. So I'm going to welcome Aaron Santiago to the Zoom room. Should be joining us very shortly.
All right, where's my video? There we go.
Okay, Mr. Santiago, when you're ready, you have 2 minutes.
Hey, so I'm Aaron Santiago. This is my second year actually teaching, fresh out of college as well, and I'm concerned with the district reopening as soon as it is right now. We heard from a teacher earlier that it hasn't been stressed a lot as well, was that
what we're giving our students right now is a simultaneous instruction, not a hybrid model. Is that what we're giving them are just these 2 days of in-person and then everything else is online. And it's not what other districts are doing. Just looking at Pittsburgh's model, looking at Fairport's model, they got kids coming on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, Friday. With that model, they have teachers only teaching the in-person kids on that Monday, Tuesday, and only teaching the in-person kids on Thursday, Friday. With this model, we have to somehow now teach kids in person as well as online. That's just like not going to work out. And that hasn't been communicated with families at all from the district, I feel. That what's going to essentially end up happening with them bringing their Chromebooks to the classroom, you're going to have kids doing online learning inside the classrooms 6 feet apart. The expectations we have for in-person learning have not been made clear, and I don't think families understand what's going to happen at all. That kids, it broke my heart hearing the kids want to be in person, wanting to communicate with their socialize and wanting to have hands-on learning. I want to do that with them, and I can do it in person with them, but I can't do it with them in person with having online kids as well at the same time of trying to make lesson plans that fit what their needs are as well as the needs of kids online. It's not building equity. It isn't what the suburbs doing. It isn't what our kids need right now. All right, we're just putting them at a higher risk of all the other safety concerns. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Santiago. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next people on our list. It doesn't appear that we have Colleen Paul. She did submit a note that she's not able to make it. We do not have Michelle Rep or Brenda Reike. We have next coming into the room, Martha Morales McBride. Ms. Morales McBride, when you're ready, you have 2 minutes, and thank you for joining us. You just need to unmute yourself, though. Ms. Morales? Ms. Morales, you are still muted.
There I go. All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. When you're ready, you have minutes.
Thank you. I'm Martha Morales McBride, a dual language teacher at School 12 and a CIT mentor. Teachers know that children do better in school. Our issue is the actual plan, the lack of training and resources. Families and CO are making us out to be lazy and not understanding or caring about the issues, and unfairly comparing us to the suburban schools, which is like apples to oranges. Suburban teachers have resources and had weeks of training to prepare. None teach our population or teach in 2 languages. In the supposed trainings, we got a schedule and an overview of hybrid teaching, no sample lessons or modeling. They suggested that we purchase our own technology. After pushback, they said that we could request a webcam and maybe a mic. To date, these are not in the classrooms. A good teacher has been trained with resources to keep kids engaged. They are prepared. They know what to do throughout the day, how to do it, what tools to use, and how to teach with them. And they have a plan B if something goes wrong. I spent hours Googling how to teach in a hybrid classroom and what technology to use, and preparing report cards and teaching at the same time. The district did not even consider other programs when they prescribed a plan and a schedule. Dual language classrooms in K2, it is impossible to teach remote and in person in 2 languages. The only solution is for us to teach half the language arts instruction to one language and the other one. So now they're getting half the language arts instruction. That's less than they're getting now. Leading requires garnering and earning the trust of those you lead. We are repeatedly left to figure things out on our own and to make things work at any cost. And then we lose faith in the people who are leading us. And they don't ask the stakeholders or the people who carry out the plan. Suburban schools are open with extra teachers that teach in person and some that teach remote. They are not teaching in 2 languages, and they did not have to Google how to teach in a hybrid classroom. And they did not have to spend over $300 in purchasing the technology so that the 3 kids that I will have in the classroom will be able to interact with the remote students that will be on my screen. So stop comparing me to a suburban teacher, CEO, and board members.
Thank you, Ms. Morales. We appreciate your comments tonight. And if you do want to submit your comments in writing, we encourage you to do so. I'm going to welcome our next set of speakers who actually will not be with us. So I'm just going to call their names for the record. That is Marissa Simmons, Laura Lonadir, Melissa Ketchum, Christine Valero, and Alexander Johnson. We have Jennifer Quinn joining us next. Okay, just waiting for everything to connect. Alexander Johnson?
Miss Wade, they seem to have trouble connecting.
Okay, thank you for that, Tom. I'm going to move on then to Craig McManus. Welcome, Mr. McManus. When you have the opportunity, go ahead and unmute yourself, and then you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, sir. Oh, sir, you are muted once more.
You know, I do this every day. I think I'd figure it out by now. Teachers want what students need. Teachers are not opposed to returning to schools. We want a plan that is effective for students and safe for staff. The current plan was rushed and is neither of those. Parents have rightly expressed concerns about their children's academic success and emotional well-being during distance learning. Teachers share parents' concerns. However, the current plan does nothing to address these concerns. Students chose remote or hybrid learning through a poll conducted on PowerSchool, and it is through those results that schools have compiled lists of returning students. Schools are choosing hybrid students not by an assessment of their performance so far this year, not by their emotional needs, not by their academic needs, not by whether or not they have 504s or IEPs, but whether their students want to come back or not. Moreover, schools have not attained authorization from parents to verify the return of students who opted for hybrid PowerSchool through PowerSchool. No information has been provided of how or why hybrid learning will help the students in need. Hybrid learning does not have the same dynamics between student and teacher and student that face-to-face and in-person regular school does. The principal's guide for return places many restrictions, including social distancing of 6 feet between students and teacher. This equates to remote teaching with students in front of teachers. You're actually doing remote, but you're face-to-face rather than through a screen. You can't get close enough to have those interpersonal connections. Most important, teachers' attention must now be divided between hybrid students and remote students, simultaneously teaching both and not giving either one of them their full attention. The plan favors a minority of students over the majority, and then it risks losing all of them. President Biden has a plan by April to open schools. I think that's a good plan. I think teachers need the next few weeks. We could open after spring break, and we could have that time. Most teachers will be vaccinated by then. We may have funding from the federal government to improve our conditions. Thank you again for letting me speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. McManus. We appreciate your comments tonight. I'm going to just read a couple names for the record who aren't able to join us. Jennifer Piccolo, Erin Fisher, Lila Karikati, David Greer. I'm going to welcome Darka Harishu. I hope I pronounced your name well. Darka, welcome. And you have 2 minutes when you're ready.
Hi, it's Harishku. Thank you for having me. I have something written, and as I continue to listen to folks, I just keep adding more and more notes. So I will try to keep in my 2 minutes. Thank you for having me. I've been an ESL teacher in the district for almost 20 years. I also taught graduate classes for 12 years at the University of Rochester's Graduate School of Education. And when I sit and listen to what I'm hearing and the level of unpreparedness that seems to be in this plan, I'm just honestly very, very shocked. And I think of, what if I approach my students without proper lesson plans? What if I had been working with these graduate students, preparing them to work in the field, and just say, well, okay, go student teach, go figure it out. It just wouldn't be okay. So I am here to voice my opposition to the reopening plan. And I have to say, just because a plan is on paper, or to say the state has seen it, does not a good plan make. And we've seen that through the feedback and testimony of a lot of the phase 1 occurrences. But first, just a news flash. I'm so tired of hearing in the media schools are closed. Schools are not closed. The buildings are closed. Teachers and students are meeting. They are building relationships. Learning continues every day. School is not a building, nor will it ever be. But tonight, I just want to focus briefly on the science. We've heard of a lot of the statistics. Dr. Myers-Small says she is following the science, but I haven't heard many of the details of this science. Is it the same science all of us are hearing in the news about the ever-growing numbers? People continue to test positive. People continue to go to hospitals and ICUs. Our newly elected president tells us things are going to be worse before they get better. Our governor tells us there's more demand than supply for the vaccines, and the websites can't even handle the schedules or sustain the online traffic.
Darka?
The county medical officer. Yes.
I apologize. Your 2 minutes are up tonight. I apologize for that. But if you do have your written comments, we can submit them to the record. Okay. I'm going to welcome our next speaker, who is John Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez will be joining us in the room shortly. Welcome, Mr. Gonzalez. You have 2 minutes when you're ready.
Good evening, Board Commissioners and Superintendent Myers-Small. My name is John Gonzalez, and I am the proud principal of Anna Marie Douglas Academy. My message today is a call to action to the entire Rochester City School District community to reject the disrespect that permeates RCSD and expect better from those who serve our community. Last week, an email was shared with me from one of our parents. She reached out to RTA President Dr. Urbanski, sharing her concern about the RTA resolution to not open schools. Her message was one of collaboration, as she offered to work with the RTA to support a safe reopening. Though I do not believe her message was heard, Dr. Urbanski's response to her was respectful. The next day, Mr. Dave Wirtz, the RTA's labor relations specialist, sent another reply, which I believe was meant for Dr. Urbanski's eyes. Mr. Wirtz stated, and I quote, "The word scholar is the tip-off here, the same word Leslie always uses. I wouldn't be surprised if she wrote it. Mr. Wirtz, you have insinuated that one of our RCSD parents is not capable of using the word scholars in her writing. Your words are an attack on one of our parents, the very parent that the RTA asks for support. These kind of backroom conversations is what we cannot tolerate any longer. Our parents, students, teachers deserve better representation. Your apology 5 days later, and after an article was published about this interaction, was also insulting, saying, 'I am sorry if I offended you.' That is not an apology. A true apology focuses on your action, Mr. Wirtz, and should be backed by corrective action. I am asking the Rochester community to join me in calling for a true and honest public apology from Mr. Wirtz to this parent, because she did not deserve your attack. Ms. Warren Brown, I will continue to stand by you and all of our parents in demanding better for our community. Your children are scholars, and I am
Mr.
grateful
Gonzalez?
to have them in my family. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. We appreciate your comments tonight. I'm actually going to try to let in Miss Shelley Rosenbert, who wasn't able to join us previously, a staff member. She was number 109, and she's now able to join us Shelley Rosenberg. Welcome, Shelley. We appreciate you joining us. Okay. When you're
Hi, thank you. First, for the record, on your minutes, my name has been spelled wrong on your agenda.
Oh.
I was initially passed over. So
Okay.
Spell my name. It's Rosenberg with a G.
Rosenberg. Thank you.
For letting me in now.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. My name is Shelley Rosenberg. I am a Rochester City resident. My stepson is a Rochester City School student, and I am an ENL teacher in the district and have been for a number of years. I believe we should be staying home because of the following. I do not believe the plan is safe currently, and the problem is that RCSD does not care about its staff or its students. However, instead of complaining, allow me to present possible solutions to make our reopening plan safer, because ultimately I do want to be back in school, and it is what is best for our students. And we heard them loud and clear tonight. They want to be back in school and they need it. So here are some things I recommend, my humble opinion. We need to continue COVID testing. There is a new strain out, and it is unacceptable that we would choose to ignore state-funded testing available to us. This district loves data. You make us give new data assessments almost every other week to our students, taking away from actual learning. One student said she's disengaged. No wonder. I'm disengaged. I'm bored out of my mind, just like they are, because it's one more assessment after another. Let's scrap those assessments and let's actually do a science-based assessment to test our kids and us so that they can come back to school and be safe. The suburban schools are doing it. Why aren't we? Why aren't our students taking COVID surveys beforehand and getting temperature checks? The suburban schools are. We need to reevaluate our budget and our spending and redirect our funds. For example, we need substitute teachers, but that is an expense. So instead of, when we need a sick day, reallocating our special ed teachers and ESL teachers, which are mandated services with mandated number of minutes, the plan right now is we go and sub and are not with our students. Let's take people from central office who are already there, and one of them can be spared for a day to come in. And that way you are saving money on subs because you're already paying them.
Ms. Rosenberg?
Money can be reallocated to fund.
Ms. Rosenberg? Thank you for joining us tonight, Ms. Rosenberg. We appreciate your comments. I'm going to go ahead and welcome another teacher who we inadvertently missed or just recently joined the waiting room. That is Rakia Hardaway, and she is joining us now. Welcome, Rakia. Thank you for joining us. We apologize for not getting to you sooner.
I'm so sorry. That is A-okay. Excuse me 1 second. I'm so sorry. This is after my bedtime. Good evening, Superintendent Myers-Smalls and commissioners of the board. I have come to you before as a proud graduate of the Rochester City School District, a proud daughter of parents who are retired from the City School District. I think Dr. Myers-Smalls, you know them. I believe also Dr. White, you know them as well. My dad is a former guidance counselor, retired guidance counselor. I sympathize and empathize with the difficulty you are going through while dealing with the pandemic and this budget crisis. I am here to speak out because we are being characterized, teachers, as lazy, corrupt, and uncaring. I cannot tell you how many conversations that my fellow teacher friends and I have had about teaching in this pandemic. I would like to point out that teachers are not against working. We are asking for a safe reopening. We are also seeking answers to questions that are continuously being asked, including, will teachers be given a camera so we can move around the classroom easier? Will teachers be given wireless microphones so they will be able to be heard by students who are still remote while others are in person? We are being told by central office that cleaning supplies will be provided, but are hearing about shortages in the buildings. Yesterday, I had a conversation with a colleague who was in the building, and she's crying because she said she feels like no one is listening to her pleas, that there is a shortage of Lysol and other supplies that should be provided for them. Personally, my family knows that I am always looking for hand sanitizer and disinfectant wipes for a classroom that I am not yet in. I am very passionate about my students, and I want to see them succeed. I want them to be healthy. I want myself to stay healthy. My plea is that all of us can work together for the health and safety of our students. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Ms. Hardaway. We appreciate your comments. And again, if you can send your questions and things, please do so.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to move on to our next speaker, who is Mr. Stephen Buck. Mr. Buck is going to be joining us shortly from the waiting room.
Hi, good evening. Thank you.
Welcome, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Sure. Thanks for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. I am a 16-year special ed teacher at both the elementary and high school levels. I've come to address some concerns I have about the district's reopening plan. First, the vast majority of students and their families opted for continued remote instruction. It seems unfair to change the learning environment that they've been accustomed to for this entire first semester. Many of the students I've worked with have grown and worked so hard over our Zoom classes. I've been so proud of their effort, and I've been seeing really much better attendance than I would have anticipated at the start of this. There's been little to no training for us teachers in regard to the simultaneous teaching method. Other districts had many months of prep for their instructional models. Everything just kind of seemed to be thrown at us after our holiday break. Other concerns, students in my class, like many of us teachers, don't trust the district's ability to keep up with the cleaning and sanitizing of the buildings. Many kids have cited the fact that soap, sanitizer, paper towel, and even toilet paper cannot be supplied in our bathrooms pre-pandemic. What's that going to look like when we're back in the building? Let alone touchless models for water fountains, sinks, any protective barriers or other equipment. COVID is spreading in our buildings even as they're nearly empty right now. Why can't we wait until folks have a chance to get the vaccine, a real chance, without having to drive hundreds of miles or take part in a Black Friday type sign up to get a time slot or appointment, especially for folks like myself with an underlying medical condition. We haven't heard anything about our accommodation forms that we were emailed back in September. This reopening plan just, to me, seems flawed, hurried, and doesn't meet the safety needs of our students or the RCSD community.
Thank you, Mr. Buck. We appreciate your comment tonight. I'm going to call a few names for the record. After Mr. Buck, we had Nicole Frazier, Ellen McGee, Tammy Han, Anita Watkins, and Maria Gugliotta. It does not appear that we have them with us, so I'm going to move on to Christina Knopf. I hope I pronounced your name correctly, but welcome. And when you're ready, you can speak for 2 minutes.
Hi, I had a lot of things prepared, but like many of my colleagues who've already spoken, our ideas have changed, and a lot of the words that I've heard along the way are just ringing around in my mind. I'm hearing essential, I'm hearing martyr, I'm hearing savior, I'm hearing villain, I'm hearing lazy, I'm hearing privileged, I'm hearing entitled, I'm hearing vulnerable, I'm hearing plan, I'm hearing lack of a plan. And I don't really, I can't really synthesize all of that right now. All I am here to say right now is that I consider myself an essential public servant, and I am prepared to return. And I am prepared to serve the students who want to be at school. the students who have chosen to be at school, because I believe that our scholars deserve a choice. And I will just do my best to make things happen, to work with the people around me, to play to our strengths, to engage in discussions with my colleagues as we adjust and learn how to keep each other and continue to keep each other safe and healthy, so that we can learn and be in a space together. Because when we left school last year, it was almost spring, and now we're in the middle of winter, and I cannot imagine what it will look like if we keep kids home throughout the rest of this winter. We are going to see a lot more mental health calls that are really unpleasant. I probably should have kept my thoughts to myself tonight, but I am just embarrassed by my union. And I want to thank the RTA members who actually have listened and given voice to our ideas, and have made us to feel heard. But I'm actually really
Christina?
ticked off. Yes, I'm really ticked off at the leadership, and I think that Mr. Wirtz should probably resign. So that was a long, meandering way of saying, I can't wait to come back to school.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comment tonight. Okay, our next couple speakers actually are not with us. So I'm going to call their names for the record. We do not have Katia Matulik or Karen McCann or Erica Monashino. One second. It does appear that we have Ms. McCann, so I'm gonna see if we can bring her into the room. Karen? Karen McCann should be joining us.
She came into the room, Miss Wade, but then she disappeared. So we'll see if she comes back.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to move on to the next few people on the list. I do know that Erica Monashino sent a note that she's not able to make it. So is Christina Reed with us? Doesn't look so. Our next speaker should be then Elizabeth Woik. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Elizabeth Woik? No. And I know that we don't have Karen Wagner with us because she also sent a note. The last speaker on the list is Amy Renier. Is Amy with us?
She is not, Miss Wade.
Thank you, Tom. So, President White, that is the final speaker for this evening. That is assuming that we don't have Ms. McCann coming back, and I don't see her. So I'll set for you to take over the gavel.
You're muted, Van. Oh.
I see that Commissioner LeBron has a comment. Again, I'd ask folks to not make comments responsive to what people.
I'm not going to, Van.
Go ahead.
I heard you the first time, but I just want to point out that Commissioner Malloy made a tweet that the administration all turned off their camera. And I just want to remind this community that this is the opportunity to speak to the board. And this is a longstanding practice. And if we were in person, there would be people at the podium directly addressing the board, including the superintendent. And in the past, previous superintendents have rotated who even stays in those meetings, depending on the length of them. We don't always get to see the entire administrative team. And I just want to highlight that because I think it's false information for a board member to put out there to make it seem like the administration's team wasn't paying attention. They're all here on the Zoom still. They don't need to be on camera. That's my personal opinion that they don't need to be on camera. But that is something that this board has not addressed in this Zoom environment on who we expect to be participating on camera in a talk to the board session. And I would be okay with having that conversation in another meeting, perhaps on a future governance. Again, this is talk to the board. So my expectation is that at least the board majority is here for those who can be here. I know Mr. Adams had to go to work and he's at work and he's here, but I just want to put that out there because I think it's kind of wrong and it sets the wrong tone. And we are not, when we are on the board, we are part of these issues that people are presenting to us. We have to figure out how to assist in addressing them as well in whatever capacity that we have and can. Just want to put that out there on record before we end this meeting.
You are correct that these comments or the presence of these particular employees is really at the discretion of the superintendents. We don't even have a say in it. So even if we were to meet in governance about it, it wouldn't be appropriate for us to say, you know, we want this person to sit here. That is clearly within the superintendent's province. In fact, I have made it clear to colleagues that generally speaking, it's been our practice. If you want someone to speak, you say, you know, an administration official to speak, you ask the superintendent, Madam Superintendent, can you put somebody at the dais or the podium to speak on this particular show? I would agree with you on that. I would also agree with you, though, Commissioner LeBron, that something that I believed you believed in, which is people can say what they want to say on Facebook. You do it all. Let's keep it real and not looking for an argument.
I do it all the time, and I try to be as truthful and not share misinformation to the community about things. And sometimes, yeah, it goes against some of the stuff you guys are saying because you guys are not being honest. Absolutely. I 100% stand by that.
Okay, well, I'm not looking to get in a debate with you. I'm just looking to have the floor, which I have now. And the fact is, let's be honest, let's be real. You have used social.
I'm being real. I'm telling you, I'm owning that. Absolutely.
Okay,
but
okay.
I don't trick the community to have a false narrative about what this portion of the meeting is about. This is a come speak to the board. The board is supposed to be here and present, including the superintendent. I don't expect any other of her administration to be here. And if we were in person, again, they may or may not even be sitting in the audience if we were in person. So I just want to put that out there.
Well, Commissioner LeBron, let me just, it's late. I would ask what I asked a board member earlier, please let people finish their response before interrupting him. And my comment is just as valid to be on this floor as yours, which is, and I just got to say this, I have to say this, you're saying she shouldn't be out in cyberspace saying what she wants to say when you regularly take a narrative that you believe is true. I'm not going to argue whether you regularly take a narrative out in cyberspace on Facebook and make all kinds of commentary about people and things that people said. I tend to agree. Let me just be clear about this. I would tend to agree. It is clearly up to the superintendent. In fact, earlier today, I said to the superintendent, and I said to our staff person, who do you think should be here? Who do you think should not? It's not my call. It's clearly, if she said to her people, you can have your screen on black or you don't have to be here, you're absolutely right. When we're at meetings for decades, people speak, people stay, some people don't stay, some people don't. Clearly within the superintendent, but let me be clear, we have to be consistent. She has a truth that she believes what she's entitled to on Facebook, make commentary. And I'm saying to you, and all people have to do, because I know you haven't purged your Facebook account, but all people have to do is look at your Facebook account and you regularly come during meetings and after meetings and make all kinds of commentary about your truth or your narrative. She has the right, whether we agree with it or not, she has the absolute right to do exactly what you have been doing for at least the last 3-4 years. That's all I'm saying.
I do not give information that is not false, that I can't back up with receipts, and that is not accurate in terms of processes. So that is your opinion. That was the same issue with, I could go way back on this and I won't. All I'm saying is to this community who may see that this is a speak to the board. And the responsibility we have as board members is to not only listen, but also figure out how to address these issues. If that's it. It does not require any of Leslie's administration to be here. And again, if we were in person, they may not even be in the audience. This is a speak to the board. That's it. I just want to clarify that. I'm not saying she doesn't have a right to post it, but she needs to post correct information too.
Well, some people could say that about what you've said, but in any event, let's.
They can't. I will back it up with receipts. I try not to say anything that's not false. I don't want to go there.
Truth is in the eye of the beholder, Commissioner LeBron.
No, I try to stick with the facts, Van, and I can back up stuff with receipts. I just want to put that on record. I can back up things that I say with receipts.
It is 10:58, and
Yep.
I know this, that you and
can wrap
everybody
it up.
will agree to, it's time to wrap it up. So we agree on that. We have to do a survey first. Are we ready with the survey, Ms.?
Dr. Jallo wants to say something.
Yeah, can we put down the survey for a minute?
Yep, go ahead. Kaya, can you put down the survey?
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm not going to, participate in a debate about, whether commissioner has a right to say something or not. But if you want collaboration and collegiality, posting in social media while the meeting is still in session about a concern that you have about administration, I hope that people understand that there are other ways. It's very easy for a commissioner to approach the superintendent about a concern that they have. There's a way for them to have a meeting, a way for them to talk to each other professionally. To tweet it does not suggest collegiality, collaboration, and working together to solve problems. My concern is not about the content, although I don't like the content. My concern is about the model. If we're going to work together, then let's work together. All right, let's not tweet while we're still in the meeting. You don't even give your superintendent an opportunity to properly address the concern if it's a concern. And that's what I want us to think about so that this doesn't continue to be the norm.
Respectfully, Dr. Jallo,
yes,
you have seen over the past year, the time you've been here, members of the Board of Education tweet and Facebook post real time negative and derogatory things, not only about superintendents and their staff, but board colleagues. And I must say, respectfully, this is and I have addressed this with you. This is the first time in a meeting that you have chosen to address that real-time behavior. I'm wondering, and no debate, and there are plenty of examples of it, why you have never chosen to do that before. This is not
I have chosen, I don't do it.
Dr. Jallo, I did not interrupt you. There have been examples of board members saying things real time that are derogatory, offensive, and dismissive, not only of superintendent and staff, but of board members. And I'm surprised that this is the first time. I'm not opposed to what you just said.
First time?
Why you have never addressed this behavior? Yes, you have never addressed this behavior publicly. No, I'm not. You have never addressed this behavior publicly of another board member doing almost the exact same thing, actually more offensive and more direct. But in any event, it is late.
Commissioner LeBron and Commissioner Malloy, this is not about either one of you. This is about, can we find a way to not have these kinds of discussions publicly and on social media? That's all I'm asking.
But why haven't you said that before? Why haven't you said that before? It's been going on for a while.
I choose not to do these conversations publicly where I can. But I'm saying, I hope, all I'm asking, you can do it whatever you want. All I'm asking is if we're going to have these type of conversations, these type of concerns about administration, that there is another vehicle in which to discuss this. That's all I'm saying. And I hope that you understand that. All of you understand the point that I'm trying to make. I hope that you can understand my position that I prefer not to do these things publicly. I'm hoping that we can talk to each other collaboratively and professionally in a collegial manner. That's what I'm asking, and I hope that there's no argument on that.
Well, there is going to be an argument on that, Dr. Jallo, because you have stood by and not said anything about collegiality, working cooperatively, when you have seen the posts that other people have made. Is it only the administration?
Hey, come on, we gotta stop this. Let's stop this conversation.
I did not interrupt you.
No, let's stop the conversation.
No.
Let's stop the conversation. No. Now it's going off. She said, man, that she made a choice.
No.
You gotta accept that. She made a choice.
No, I don't have to accept it.
Yes, you do, because she can do what she wants to do.
Vice President Elliott, she can say what she wants to say.
Right.
I have the right.
She wants to say it.
Vice President Elliott, I have the right to say what I want to say. And my observation is this, I agree with her. We must deal with each other in a collegial manner.
Yeah.
We must deal with each other in a respectful manner. And we should not be getting online and making posts during the middle of the meeting or after the meeting. And my point is this, and it's just my point, I have the right to make it, that I wish she had made that public comment previously when this has been happening repeatedly, and there have been attacks on other board members and even the administration. And she's never done that. And I'm wondering, why is she, I don't need an answer historical, why is she doing it just now? But
why can't she do it right now?
I'm done.
That's not your right to tell her when she can do something.
No, but it's my right to make an observation, and it's
all right, then let's just cut it. It's done.
Well, I made my factual observation. There's no record that's going to controvert it. I'm ready to take the survey, if everybody else is. All right, thank you very much for putting it up. Let's go ahead and take it.
Mine's not up.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
I don't have anything.
I'm trying to.
I need to select the poll button again because we had to dismiss it. And so.
I have one up. Is mine going to be good if I continue to fill it out?
I think
yes.
you should start over again.
I believe if we end the polling, everyone will have to do it again.
Thank you.
Yeah, if we do it, everyone will have to do it again.
Okay, I exited. Go ahead.
Commissioner Powell, if you just go along the bottom and just click on polls, it's to the right of participants. It should pop right up for you.
Tom, do you want to go ahead and relaunch it for me?
Oh.
There you go.
Okay, there we go.
Oh dear, I'm still not seeing it.
Still not up, Commissioner Powell?
I know I found it before. Well, everybody else is tapping away. I'm not getting it to appear.
Sorry about that, Commissioner Powell. Are you using your iPad again?
Yeah, well, that's been a problem for my district email, but I didn't think it would be a problem for the survey. I can't get it to pop up no matter what I touch on the screen.
Oh. Well, we'll check in on that, but doesn't look like we'll get your vote tonight.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is honestly the first time I've ever not been able to record my survey.
Talia, do you have everybody else's in?
I do have everyone else's. I'm sorry, Commissioner Powell. Well.
Oh, wow.
So, I'm sorry, Commissioner Powell, but if you.
That's all right. That's all right. Yeah.
So all I need.
Well, at least I feel them to make an effort, whereas at least one of our colleagues skips out every time.
Having said that, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Second by Commissioner Powell. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Good night, everybody.